Next Tuesday, Eagles are on the field practicing. Crazy. They report on Monday, and Tuesday they're on the field. Who's on the field today? The Raiders report to training camp today. I mean, every single day. We are getting closer and closer. I guess at the end of this month, we're going to get the Hall of Fame game, right? Chargers and Lions. Man, we're going to just be blowing out a ton of content over the next couple weeks here as we get into training camp and as we start the 2025 season. I can't wait. You know, the cool thing about the NFL is the NFL, you really don't know who's going to win the world championship because one injury can absolutely end everything. And all your dreams and hopes can go out the window with one catastrophic injury. That's the beauty of the NFL, and that's the tragedy of the NFL. Folks, do me a favor. Yeah, hey, listen, we'll get to that here in a minute, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very good special teams player. I knew more of the folks who knew him in Houston when he played for the Texans than I did his time on that Super Bowl team with the Eagles in 2017. So I got a chance, an acquaintance, not a strong one. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm friends with him because I'm not, or was. God rest his soul. Leaves 2 kids behind. I mean, well loved. You know, you can always tell. Do you know how you can always tell? Go to social media and go to the Eagles social media and who they really like a lot. And you'll get a good sense. You know what I mean? So rest in peace, my friend. Don't cry, Sileo. You'll see Hurts tomorrow with his ring. Oh, Jalen Hurts wasn't at the ESPYs last night? No way. He was hanging with Oprah or Jordan and the French Riviera. I don't know. I mean, hey, he's a big movie star now. You know, he doesn't have time to show up at the ESPYs. I'm going to get to the ESPYs here in a minute because Joe Krauss is behind the scene right now. Joe, I know you're listening. Do you know what today is? July the 17th, 2025. Joe Krauss, do you know what today is? And all of you, do you know what today is for me? Today is Liberation Day. Today I've been liberated. Yes, because the stuff that went on the ESPYs last night, I have never said. What was the one line? Hey, really great when people get a chance to go to the White House. Big dudes, big black guys. Oh, yeah, and then the New York Liberty show up. Did you see everybody's face? The only people that were laughing were me and Pat McAfee. You know why? I love uncomfortable. I just love uncomfortable. That entire night. And, of course, Sarah Spain was offended by Shane Gillis last night, who knocked it out of the park. Dude, there were so many hilarious moments I thought we were going to get something like the Academy Awards or something like the Grammys where we're going to be told how shitty our country is by every liberal asshole like Sarah Spain that you could oh, by the way, Sarah Spain, I don't know her from a can of paint. She blocked me. And I'm like, I've never had interaction with that chick. I've never. She is so ridiculous. Oh, hey, guess what? That's why you're not on the air anymore. Because nobody wants to hear your bullshit. That's why they put McAfee on. And that's why they put Shane Gillis on last night. Did you see all the hosts? Oh, I don't know. Hey, by the way, I love to tell Joe Krauss this. Joe, guess what else? Wait a minute here. Did I hear that Barstool Sports is now going to be part of Fox Sports and FS1's lineup? Barstool Sports, who says shit I've never said. This is Liberation Day. Don't ever bring up anything from my past because I've done nothing near what those folks did last night or what Barstool has ever done. It's Liberation Day for me. It's just total liberation. I do not have to worry about anything ever again. If you air that stuff and then you get on my shit, I mean, seriously, give me a break. I'm like, hey, this is Liberation Day for me, man. Don't ever bring up anything again when you're putting on Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy, and you're putting on Shane Gillis to host the ESPY Awards. How you doing? That was fabulous. July 17th, 2025. You have Liberation Day for Sills. Dude, most people were laughing. Sarcasm returning. People telling jokes. Ripping both sides of the aisle. Hello, it's called comedy. But people get their panties in a bind. Liberals hate that kind of shit. Just making fun of black. What? So what? He was making fun of Trump. He was making fun of the Eagle Tush Push. He was making fun of everybody. Oh, I mean, it's so weak. Nobody cares about that shit anymore. It just, nobody cares. Nobody's going to hide under their desk. That was really risky for ESPN and Disney last night. That's not their MO. That is not their MO in what they did last night. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, your boy Jalen Hurts, though, man. He's in the French Riviera, you know, sipping Mai Tais with MJ and, you know, teams up there getting best team of the year. Jordan Mailata looked dope. You had all them great players up there. And you had a mediocre coach up there. Or, I mean, you had Nick Sirianni up there. And you had everybody accepted awards. Barkley got play of the game. It was pretty cool. You saw that great team up there and that average, Nick Sirianni up there on the stage with those guys. And it was really awesome. Jacob, you were liberated on day one of the National Football Show. And the shit this guy took for me, I'm telling you. Hey, let me tell you what, man. Thank you very much, Joe. That's for sure. The amount of shit that guy's taking over me, and he still kept plugging away. Good for us, man. Good for me. That's for dang sure, man. How you doing? Liberation Day was April 27th. 5 years ago. Right here. That's right, man. Joe said, let's get your ass on right before we go to the draft. We've never looked back here. By the way, I'll say it one more time. We do a show in Tampa, and Joe loves radio. You know why Joe Krauss is here? Because Joe hates the people that run radio. Me too. Me too. I love radio. I mean, I grew up on it. My profession is based around it. My reputation is based around it. That's right. Hey, think about that. Travis, you know when they say that Jacob doesn't, John McMullen and I have been here, I think John's been here longer than me. 5-6 years? What's the problem? I can't help it. Some people, hey, in broadcasting, either you suck or you don't. There's just no way around it. You either suck or you don't. Nothing personal. But this is just like the Eagles here at Jacob. You're either good or you're not. You're either Jalen Reagor / Harry Mays or you're Big Sills. I don't know where to go with it. I mean, right? Simple as that. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. Do we have a ton of topics? Our friend Jason Cole will join us as he always does. That'll be at 4:30 to go around the NFL with him. We will also talk with our friend Xander Krauss. That'll be at 3:30. Till then, do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button. All super chats go to the top. I got to ask you a question here. So let's start this off here. And it's been a week of great conversation about your boy Jalen Hurts. And again, I'm not going down the lane. Who's better, who's not better. That's not where he belongs on that list. I'm going to talk about the profession itself and the position itself, the quarterback position. His WNBA joke exposed ESPN and the crowd. Did it not? Dude, when he goes like this, no, that's just, that. What did he say, Leon? Hey, that's just my wife's friend. Yeah. Did you see Diana Taurasi? Hey, Leon, did you see Diana Taurasi when he got her name wrong? You know, you're lucky that Shane Gillis didn't call Diana Taurasi David Taurasi. Nobody knows who you are. That should have been the mantra of that league, WNBA, for 30 years. Hey, WNBA, where nobody knows your name. Until Caitlin Clark, the white chick from Iowa. Hey, Leon, right? Thanks for the super, brother. Leon, he's lucky, or she's lucky, that Shane Gillis didn't go, hey, there's David Taurasi down there, WNBA star. Did you see her little puss on her face, too? He doesn't know my name. No, I don't know your name. I have no idea who any of you are in the WNBA except the white chick from Iowa who plays in Indiana right now. Oh, yeah, and the girl up in Chicago. What's her name? Candy Reese? Angel Reese, right. I know her and I know Caitlin. What about the other? I couldn't name you another play. Aji White? Was that right? Is that the star of the league? Like the MVPs? Aji White? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to anybody else but the white chick from Iowa. The comedy was great. I was stunned. I really was. I was stunned. That is so not ESPN. I mean, so not ESPN. Hit the like button, guys. We appreciate you. Listen, I'm not going to talk about, it's not so much about Jalen Hurts. Today, I want to ask you a question here. I think the quarterback position is overrated. It's overrated. It is clearly overrated. Okay? It is just overrated. By the way, we're going to talk the greatest threesomes of all time. Well, currently, the greatest threesomes. I'll give you an insight here in a minute. Hurts, you better show up next week or I'll rip you a new one. From now till January, how you doing? Look at that there. Best threesome in the NFL. Maybe we should quantify it that way. We all like threesomes. I'm going to give you the NFL's best threesome. Okay. How about this here now? Dude, I've come to this conclusion that the most important position on the field is the least, is if you have a guy who's competent, like a Baker Mayfield, you can win a Super Bowl. You don't need to have Joe Burrow or Josh Allen. I'm not building my team that way any longer. I'm building my roster. Do you realize what I have learned this week? I don't want Josh Allen. I don't want Joe Burrow. I want the Eagle roster with a competent quarterback. Jalen Hurts a year ago during the regular season was competent. That's all he was. Wasn't spectacular. Wasn't great. Super Bowl he was. Regular season, he was the caboose behind Barkley's train. A really good football player. But the engine of that train last year was Barkley. Barkley should have been the MVP. Hey, how about this? Do we not agree that Barkley should have been the most valuable player in the league last year? Just because you have an elite quarterback doesn't mean you're going to win a Super Bowl. It just doesn't. I'm not spending that money anymore. I'm just not. I'm going to do what the Eagles do. I'm going to get a $50 million quarterback who's really good. And I'm not going to go and get a Dak Prescott and spend $60 million, or I don't need a Joe Burrow to win. I could get a Baker Mayfield. I could get a Jalen Hurts. And by the way, both guys very good. And I can win Super Bowls and go to playoffs. I don't have to have Josh Allen. I don't have to have Lamar Jackson. Okay? I just don't. You don't have to have an elite quarterback. Get this. Here's once again. Here, I'll give him his little shine because he's really aggravating and he really wants my attention. So I'll give him one attention. And here, he got my attention one time. Now he can go write my name on his hand. At the end of the day, Dak Prescott, you can win a Super Bowl with him. How? Put a better team around him. Don't ask him to do more. Okay? Seals, I mentioned yesterday that those quarterbacks make you one-dimensional. Okay? Well, the Eagles are not. By far, they're not. If you stop one, you know what, Prince? This is a really good take. I'll tell you why. Prince, is this fair to say that because of Hurts' versatility, that at the bye, them being able to take it out of the quarterback's hand and run the football, you couldn't do that to what your point is in Cincinnati, right? You could not do that. And once again, okay, get this. Dumb argument? I proved it to you already, dude. You go to Super Bowl with an average quarterback. A dumb argument? You went to a Super Bowl with an $800,000 quarterback 2 years ago. There's fucking proof to this. You can win a Super Bowl with Nick Foles. He's not elite. He's not elite. You can go to the game with, like you guys said, a below average to average quarterback. Why in the world would I not try to do my best on building what the Eagles have done? I think the Eagles, correct, Leon, Trent Dilfer. Here, get this, Trent Dilfer, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, Nick Foles. You can get to the game. You can win it with an average guy. But if you have a great roster, why are you spending $60 million? I'm not telling you that the quarterback position is not the most important. You got to have a competent guy in there, like Jalen, to be able to pull it off. You just can't put any Tom, Dick, and Harry in there and think you're going to win games. But, dude, having a quarterback like Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson is getting you nowhere. Am I wrong? You're going nowhere. If you happen to get a top 3 quarterback, that's great. But you can win with a top 10 to 15 quarterback with a great team. I think you're spot on with this. My point is this. Jalen Hurts at $50 million, we would all say is a great deal for the Eagles in today's market. He's a great buy. That is great. By the way, I am in no way telling you he's average. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you can get to a Super Bowl and you build your football team and not spend the money that it takes to buy one of these big-time names. I think the market is jaded right now because every single time that a quarterback salary's up, you feel you have to pay him, and you're paying good people. You're paying good players exceptional money. How about this? Do we not agree? You are paying really good players exceptional money. If you can't follow along, bro, what I'm saying, how many people don't understand what we're saying here? Let's just see how fucking stupid RC is. Do you understand where I'm going here? You don't have to have an elite quarterback or pay elite money to win the game. You don't have to. You don't need Josh Allen, Joe Burrow to win. You have to do what the Eagles are doing. The Eagles have done something no team in the league can do. And you know what that is? Build the football team. Can we talk about how Von Miller affects us? We'll get there. The Eagles are different from other teams. Jalen is elite in his own way, in the Eagle way, especially with this team, right? You could stop Saquon, but then what happens? Jalen can expose them with other weapons that you have on the field like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. His versatility is something that no other teams possess outside of a few. But those teams don't have the roster Jalen has. Okay? And you're running a kindergarten in Philly. We all understand you can win with a good team. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, dude, this conversation's not for you. Way over your head. And I understand that. People with low IQs won't understand because a complex question like this. My point is that I think that the market is clearly so out of hand right now that the quarterback position is getting exposed. Why do I keep paying people like Dak and Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray and all of these other guys all this money and I'm going nowhere? I'm going nowhere. I'm not spending that money any longer on quarterbacks. I'm going to find a guy I really like who fits my style of play. We'll pay him accordingly, but the rest of that money is going towards building a roster. Think about this. Most teams have to save money to pay their quarterback. Ask yourself this, okay? What are the Eagles preparing for next year? Okay? What are the Eagles preparing for next year? They're preparing for Jalen Carter. Do you know what other franchises in the NFL are preparing for? You know what they're preparing for? How to pay their quarterback. In Philly, they're not worrying about that. So how many times have we said Josh Allen, Joe, and Lamar will never win their teams, lead their teams to a Super Bowl by themselves? But they don't build around them because they are penny pitching for the market, for the quarterback market. Absolutely, Samuel. That's my point. That's you understand it. The Eagles aren't in that conversation. The Eagles never have conversations about holdouts. When's the last, can you do me a favor? When's the last time that the Eagles had a holdout player? Can you tell me? When is the last time that the Philadelphia Eagles had a holdout player where a guy held out? I don't remember. Rance, do you remember that? Like, when's the last time the Eagles had a player with a problem with their contract that didn't, report to training camp? Makuba, I think that's a league issue with the second-round picks. So how would you attack the draft next year if Ringo pans out? Becomes a player and he's a corner? Here, Kyle, what's the most important position on the Philadelphia Eagles right now? What's the most important position? The most important position is the O-line. Would you invest a first rounder? Okay? Would you invest a first rounder in an offensive lineman? Maybe. Edge rusher? I don't think you need one until if Nolan Smith or Jalix Hunt don't pan out. You could go that route. But to me, right now, it's corner, and it's edge, and it's O-line. That's how I would go into the draft. If Keely Ringo pans out, it's going to be edge, and it's going to be O-line. Tight end, I could get that guy in the second round. Okay? Get this. Folks, what's the most important position on the field, the O-line or the quarterback? I just got through going through a fucking entire statement. If you don't have the O-line, you don't have the quarterback. You can win with an average quarterback. If you don't have the O-line, you can't win. What a fucking dumb take. He thinks a quarterback can take a football team and win football games if you have a shitty O-line. Most important position on your field is the O-line. That's what the Eagles win with. They don't win with quarterback play. You've won with multiple quarterbacks, Foles and with Hurts. What's the one common denominator? Fucking O-line. The guy's an idiot. He just looks to see and chirp. He makes no sense. By the way, they're awful football takes. Most of them are. Again, we're not Eagle homers here. We're not anybody homers. We talk football because we've played it, we've covered it for 40 years. O-line determines what the quarterback and running backs do. Barkley doesn't get 2,000 yards without having that O-line. The O-line was truly the MVP of the team a year ago, not any of the position players. The position players are a non-factor if you don't have the O-line. Your cornerback play is, without a doubt, shitty if you don't have pressure. Ask James Bradbury after you got bullshitted into giving him a contract. I did see the wide receiver list. Sills, next year, would you trade A.J. Brown to try to make a play for Jeremiah Smith or an offensive line in the draft? Let's see what happens this year with A.J. A.J. Brown, again, you see a Tyreek Hill that they're talking about trading Tyreek Hill. He was voted a year ago. Get this. See this guy right here? Hell no. Last year, Tyreek Hill was named the best player in the league. Dolphins want to trade him pre-camp. How do you want to trade the best player in the NFL? This will be the second time he's been traded inside of 3 years since he's landed in Miami. How can you be the best player in football? Wide receivers are interchangeable pieces. It's the offensive line that matters the most. We tried to win a Super Bowl with only a quarterback in 2004. 3 INTs. Great take. Absolutely great take. Without the offensive line, you're going nowhere. Ask Randall Cunningham. This shows up why Cincinnati is a crappy team taking Jamar Chase instead of Penei Sewell. Fabulous take. Hey, Kyle, why do you think the Eagles could take Devontae Smith? Because they had the O-line. Cincinnati taking Jamar Chase. Who's blocking for you? Well, the 28th worst offensive line. Okay, well, you're not going to win games. You are not going anywhere. That's why Cincinnati, again. Cincinnati is not built. Howie Roseman. How about this? Let me show you something here. If Howie Roseman were traded to Cincinnati, how many years would it take for Cincinnati to win a Super Bowl? How many years would it take for the Bengals to win a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow and Howie Roseman? How many years? 2? 3? How many years would it take? Because he would construct a team around the player's strengths. 3 to 5? Okay, 3 to 5 years. They would continue to get better. Howie would start adding. I say 3 years too. They'd win a Super Bowl in 3 years. No, senor. I'm talking about starting from scratch. He'd figure a way out to sign Trey Hendricks. He'd figure a way. By the way, Mike Brown would love Howie Roseman. They get hometown discounts because of the money and the least amount of money they give in upfront money. At the end of the day, those contracts are cheaper. Figure this out. Okay? Figure this out. They spent $100 million more in Cincinnati for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins than they did for A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. That's right up Mike Brown's alley. Says you still need an owner like Laurie. You're right. Laurie is also that. But hey, Prince, did he not save money, though? Did he not save money in Philadelphia? Who's willing to spend money was $100,000 less. His agent's not a joke. His agent, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is Nicole Lynn. Okay? The Bengals don't like to spend money. Well, Howie's your guy. Howie Roseman would win a Super Bowl in 3 years in Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. He would win. He would win a Super Bowl in 3 years. He would construct the right team and get the right coaches around him. And you're right, Mike Brown would probably be in the way with the money, but they would be so close to winning. Howie knows what. He's the most important person in that building. Yes, the upfront money is still being spent. True. Mike would probably have a problem with that. And he'd run into, and Howie would have to totally be more apt inside the draft because you get those rookie contracts. Absolutely. Devontae Smith is okay, by Clutch Sports, that's right. Well, Clutch is, I thought Clutch Sports was Nicole Lynn. Nicole's not his agent, but she's in Clutch, though, I thought. Hey, great tech. I thought that Nicole was part of Clutch. But these two guys represent Devontae, okay. All right. The owner would not put up the upfront money. Probably not. Probably not. Bengal owner acts like he has to take out a payday loan just to sign these guys. You show up to an early check cashing, right? And you go like this. Hey, look, I'll give you $20 if you give me my $100 bill. Okay? All right. Hey, I'm just telling you, I learned one thing through this exercise of Jalen Hurts this year and this week, that I don't need one of those big name guys. And I'm not going to spend $100 million on fucking a quarterback like Dak Prescott or Kyler Murray. I would move off those guys. I would totally move off them dudes. Okay? I would. I would not even, like what I want Joe, of course I'd want Joe Burrow, but I have to have a competent general manager to be able to build the team around that guy. I'm not spending that kind of money. I don't have to. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's easier to find and build a better team than it is to find one of these elite guys? These elite guys are distorting the market. Having Josh Allen and an okay and a very good roster versus a spectacular roster and a really good player at quarterback, give me that setup. The Eagles setup is better for me financially too. Okay? Lurie wants to host the Super Bowl. Winning Super Bowls will get him that. Let's not forget the big picture. Sean, well, get ready, Sean. You better put your hand out. You better have money in it because he's going to come to you with renovations on Lincoln Financial. You think that's going to be free? He's paying for it? You're paying for it. Always remember this, too. The owner doesn't pay player salaries. You do. When you tune into football games, not showing up to games. When they have to pay a player, you're paying it. Sills, I'll take a fifth-ranked dual-threat quarterback with a stacked roster any day. Get this. Look at Baker Mayfield. Do we agree that the Bucs have a shot at being one of the three teams to play you guys in the NFL? You guys are saying you're going to make it all the way to the NFC title game, right? Okay. Do you agree the Bucs could be one of those teams? Do you agree that Tampa Bay could be one of those football teams that could be one of the teams that could make it to the NFC title game and play you they play you very well, right? They're a good franchise. They could play you in the NFC title game. Okay? Get this. This is why this thing is always flawed. And the Bucks beat the fuck out of you. Favorite quality of Hurts is composure. While he doesn't throw a lot, he never throws us out of a game. Many top quarterbacks make big plays and sulk after the game because they're asked to do more. Again, that's what I'm talking about, JDP. Those guys are asked to carry a franchise, and they can't. And they can't do it. I happen to agree with this. Worst is their best football player outside of Baker Mayfield. He's their best player. Their best football player. 49ers get a bye. Best record. Lions, Eagles, Rams, Redskins. I'd like to see you're calling them the Redskins again because I'm going to start calling them the Redskins as well. And the Bucks will follow. Okay, so any one of these teams. Look at this. Look at what you got here. Redskins, rookie contract. Baker Mayfield, $30 million. $30 million in an older Stafford. $50 million in Hurts and $50 million in Golf. These are not the highest paid guys. Redskins, improving the roster. Bucks, good roster with Jason Light. And by the way, look at the GMs. Brad Holmes, Howie Roseman, Les Snead, Adam Peters, and you have Jason Light. All guys are builders of rosters. Only way the Eagles get to a Super Bowl, if they get a Super Bowl, is get a dome. Don't want a dome. I like the elements, something a lot of quarterbacks can't play in, i.e. Purdy from the 49ers. Or a dome team. Remember that too, Don. You got a lot of dome teams now. And that's a great point, Don. I never thought about it. Would Philadelphia embrace a dome stadium? Man. Talk about anti-Philly. A dome stadium? Shit. A dome stadium in Philly. Okay? I don't know. So, Sills, what's the X factor to winning the Super Bowl? Complete rosters. Don't you think, Abe, last year that was one of the things that you had the most was a complete roster? You didn't need the passing game. You had a great running attack, and you had a great defensive football team. I think those are the elements that you need to win a Super Bowl. A dominant running attack to run teams off the scoreboard, not throw them off the scoreboard. Run them off the scoreboard and play great defense. I think that's the secret sauce to winning the Super Bowl. Plain and simple. I don't think you have to be an exceptional passing team. Eagles proved it a year ago. Hey, that's one thing the Eagles proved a year ago. You don't have to have an exceptional passing game. Not a rip. They just proved it. Even if I use your mentality. Well, they didn't have to. Okay, well, they proved that you don't have to have a passing game. I mean, okay, they proved it. They don't have to have a passing game. Philly 500 hates the idea. Only purpose would be to host a Super Bowl. Yeah, I don't want a dome stadium in Philly. That's not what I'd be looking at. I saw that. Have you looked up our schedule, retard? We have a bunch of extra. I have no idea what he's talking about. It's got to be something completely in his world when he sits on the toilet with his crayon book and he's like, taking his Crayolas out, Twiz, and drawing circles and circle jerks and stuff like that or whatever in his crayon book. And he's like sitting on the toilet with his like 64 crayons and he's drawing inside the circles. It's got to be a picture of Jalen Hurts and Kelly Green. Takes his Kelly Green out, and here's Twist sitting on the shitter with his Kelly Green inside the lines. Jalen Hurts. Yeah. Him and M. Reyes both sit on the shitter, and they're drawing in their coloring book with their 64, I think there's 64 of those. You know the one where you can, like, sharpen it too? He's got a sharpener too. So Twist sits in there, and he's Twiz, I love you, dog. Yeah. We're going to look at the Cowboys. We're going to look at the Giants. We're going to look at the Redskins as also. So we're going to go down that lane too. We're going to talk threesomes here in a minute. Yeah, I love you guys, man. You guys, hey, you give me shit, I give you shit. It's all good. Good things. Good. Hey, Twiz, good people, man. Hit the like button, guys. We appreciate you being here. Don't forget Xander. This is one of my favorite lines right here. Look at this. I love you too, dickhead. Love you too, dickhead. Very good. Very Philly. Hey, you can't say that anywhere else and not get offended. Do you understand that? If you said that to some liberal jackass in California, hey, dickhead, I love you. He'd look at you and go, huh? What? You call me a dickhead? Yeah, I called you a dickhead because men don't usually say they love you. So they've got to have something added. Hey, asshole, I really love you. Hey, asshole, love you back. It makes it manly. Or get your card revoked. That's how you get your card revoked. You get your man card revoked that way. By the way, the thing last night with Shane Gillis and the Tush Push was fucking epic. I laughed the whole night. I was waiting to see stupid shit to hear how my country sucks. And how, Trump, I thought it was going to be something like the Grammys. No way. That shit was great last night. Hey, the WNBA stuff was great. Hey, man, all the big guys, the black guys that show up in the White House, then the New York Liberty. It's in his opening monologue. The freaks at ESPY were going, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Like I say to you, today's Liberation Day. Shane Gillis. I'm a new fan. I sat with my daughter and watched that shit. So I know we lost 5 starters, but first 4 teams, we are playing. 2 teams can't stop the run. Aging roster, Kansas City and Tampa don't have it. Well, hang on here. Kyle, Vita Vea is the run stopper. They can stop the run. Hey, and by the way, I saw people talking about, well, we didn't have our full team. That's a you fucking problem. That's a you fucking problem. That you didn't have your full team in Tampa. So, it's called the NFL. There'll be times like Detroit doesn't have a full roster. So, that's a you issue. That's part of the NFL. You didn't have Carson Wentz going into the Super Bowl. That didn't bother you. You fucking won. You won the Super Bowl. Didn't stop you. Nobody cares. Just like the Bills and Burrow don't have the players on their team. It's a you problem. Absolutely. Go out and win. They can't. They're not capable. They don't have a very good team. Thank you, senor. Well done. You're correct. They can't. They can't win. They don't have a good team. Now, the Bills are good, but they're not. It's not a great roster. It's a good football team. Okay? So, since quarterbacks have become more expensive than their rosters, having a competent quarterback and all-pro roster is better than all-pro quarterback and competent roster. Just ask Mahomes in the last 2 Super Bowl losses. That's the point I'm making. I think the market is outtrending itself at the quarterback position. Bro, I'm not paying big time. I'm not paying big money for a quarterback if I have a shitty roster. What is Josh Allen and Joe Burrow doing in Buffalo and in Cincinnati? They're not going to go anywhere. Brandon Beane and Duke Tobin are not going to be given the parameters to build a championship football team. I would think Brandon Beane more so because Pagula, the owner of the team, is a very wealthy man. And I would suggest that they spend more money, but then again, it's New York State. Why do you think they don't get big-time free agents in Buffalo? The taxes. Nobody goes to New York. Name me a big-time free agent that has gone to the New York Giants or Jets that has been a huge money, has been enormous money that they didn't draft. Can you name me one? Name me one. Name me one player that they got in free agent. Burns, $25 million. That's okay. That's a big number for the New York Giants. Rodgers took a pay cut to go to New York. Rodgers took a pay cut. Took a $100 million pay cut. He gave $100 million back to the Jets. Favre didn't make enormous money when he was with the Jets. I'm talking right now. Sills, why haven't the Bills fired their coach? I think he's holding him back. He is. He was traded. He wasn't a free agent. He was traded. The Jets and the Raiders traded. Wasn't an acquisition on free agency. Oh, now we're going back a ways here. I'm talking about right now on the fucking team. Allen, giving Allen excuses. Again, you make one for Hurts. Twiz, you make one for Hurts every fucking day. Don't penalize him for being on a good team. Well, don't penalize Allen for being on a mediocre team or Burrow for being on a mediocre team. You can't do that. I know you can't. It's okay. You can't do it. I mean, Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa. How much did Joey Bosa sign for? Let's take a look at that. Who's been often injured. Joey Bosa. Contract. What did he sign for? $12 million a year. Jordan Davis makes $12 million a year. On a fifth-year option. He makes the same money Jordan Davis does. You think that's a big free agent sign? Whew. Wow. Man, enormous. Come on, Sills. How many elite top dollar players get into free agent? Saquon Barkley did. You just signed one that helped win you a Super Bowl. Come on, dude. This guy just fucking forgets that Barkley was a free agent. Come on, man. Derrick Henry was a free agent. He wasn't traded to the Ravens. How many guys? Josh Jacobs wasn't traded. He was a free agent. What are you talking about? I saw 3 superstars a year ago put both teams in the playoffs because they were free agents. Running backs were top dollar. Really? Well, Barkley makes $20 million a year. He's the highest paid back in the game. Oh, my God. Yeah, okay. How many top 5 free agents get into the free agent market? I named you 3. That was all a year ago. Probably 4. No, they re-signed Aaron Jones. What a dumb take. As usual, another L by Senorita. This guy's got notches on his belt like he's Jesse James robbing a bank on how fucking bad his takes are. He's got the belt of L's. You know how people have championship belt? Senorita's got the L belt for championships. Why can't Josh Allen beat Mahomes in the playoffs 8 straight years now? The great quarterback, no excuses. I don't know. Why didn't Peyton Manning beat Tom Brady? I don't know. Maybe because Mahomes is better. Do you ever think of that? Why didn't Phil Mickelson ever beat Tiger Woods? Maybe because Tiger was better. I mean, Manning couldn't beat Brady. I don't know. Maybe because Brady was better. Did you ever think of that? Somebody's better. Oh, no. Not my guy. Not my guy. Better team. Don't say that. It'll screw their narrative up with that shit. That's just excuses that he's on a shitty team. And you don't say anything negative about Jalen being on a good team. But them being on a bad team, hey, here's a great one too. Carmelo was great. Maybe because he couldn't beat Jordan? Hey, Carmelo, one of the greatest power forwards in the history of the game. How come he doesn't have more championships? I don't know, maybe because Jordan was in his way and Elijah won. I mean, did you ever think someone was better? Not you. That's no excuse if someone's better. Oh, here we go. Watch this lame-ass thing. He asked me to name him a big-time free agent. How many big-time free agents? Look at his look at what he posted. I said Barkley. I said Derrick Henry. I said Josh Jacobs. Here, watch this. Steele's talking about Barkley's contract after a Super Bowl win instead of the original contract. Okay. You asked me to name you a fucking big-time free agent that went on the market, and I told you. Saquon Barkley. Good night, kid. Have a new one. Yeah, try again. Help yourself out a little bit. Hey, dude, I don't have to read your bullshit. I know where it's coming from. Woo, man. Senorita, even when he posts, it smells. Woo, damn. Hold on for a second. Let me get this. Here's what I got to do when Senorita fucking posts those loser fucking takes. You know how you're going in for the cadaver? Yeah. Got it. Hey, from now on, because there's so many shitty takes by some of these guys, like I got the cadaver juice on. Yeah, I don't have to smell the shit that you're posting or saying. Oh, man. Dude, there was a lot of great players. Let's see here. Yeah, it has that smell of bullshit. Yeah, that's it. There you go. How you doing? Smells like bullshit. The fuck am I doing with dead bodies? Every time you post loser takes, you're a dead man. Oh, man. How you doing? There you go. Seals, which game is more competitive? Brady versus Manning, Allen versus Mahomes. Well, shit. It's a great question. I think it's Allen Mahomes. I do. I think it's Allen and Mahomes. Okay? Yeah. Oh, really, man? I thought it smelled more like your mom's feet. Oh, man, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to go there. Okay, look, you want to get personal. Big Sills is going to start getting personal. No, it just smells like your mom's feet. Hit the like button here, man. Okay? How you doing? Oh, man. Hey, I'm telling you, that dude last night, Shane Gillis, put me in a good mood, man. finally some comedy at a place that needed it the most. Hey, I would say this to all the people at ESPN that had their panties in a bind after that. Man, maybe you want to smoke a joint or something. Have a little bit, relax. Take a hit off the hookah. Maybe go down that lane a little. Okay? All right? Oh, okay? Hey, how about this? SGA. He didn't like that goof either that the guy threw at him. He didn't like that. And none of those guys did. Oh, my God, the WNBA goof. No, I'm just kidding. That's my wife's friend. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Talk about exposing the WNBA. And he got booed for it. Yeah. He totally exposed the WNBA with Caitlin Clark. Everybody knows Caitlin Clark. But hey, there's a big star, WNBA. Everyone turned and looked. Oh, I'm kidding. That's my wife's friend. Oh, shit. I fucking couldn't get over it. Hey, man, I was laughing so hard last night. I was laughing the entire night. Hey, that's right. Hey, Lamar, remember, people from Canada don't have a sense of humor. Remember something. They drink titty milk, or what is that? Similac. They don't really have a sense of humor. People in Canada. How the hell could you? You know what I'm saying? You couldn't. Jason Taylor had to be embarrassed by his sister effing her way to the top. That's not true. And again, that's an ignorant comment. Again, look at this guy. This guy makes a comment about somebody he doesn't know, but that's standard. It's okay, Todd. You're an idiot. Nobody knows that you don't know her from a can of paint. I do. And you're fucking wrong. Must be embarrassed. Actually, he's very, very proud of his sister. You, on the other hand, are one of those social media guys that sits with a Prince Charles in his mom's basement with no pants on, typing shit like that. It's okay. It's okay. That one hit home? Yeah, because unlike your coach, I defend my friends. That's definitely not true. Jobs can be. Oh, man. Right. So what? I think marijuana smoking should be too. Since you got to have free speech to have a sense of humor. Amen. Absolutely amen. Okay? I defend my team. Too bad your coach doesn't. Okay? Says you got to, I love the, yes. All right. So once again, I'm going to make the point here. Dude, I want my team to look like the Eagles from now on. I'm not going to be in search of a top flight quarterback. I'm just not. You have to have a competent guy, and I'm not in any way suggesting that guy in Philly is not good. But I need a competent guy, a good football player, who's a smart thinker, and I'm going to build a roster. I am not going to spend all of my money on Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow and hopefully getting the fountain of whatever and not have a good roster around those guys. You're self-defeating yourself. You are. You're completely. It's self-defeating. Well, let me pay the quarterback as much money. Look at Jacksonville. Jacksonville is not building a roster. They paid the quarterback. Why don't you build the roster before you get the quarterback and pay the quarterback? We've proven all week you don't need to have an elite guy at that position to win. We've proven that all week. that you don't have to. You just don't have to do that. Okay? You don't. You have to get that roster built. All right. So let's do this. By the way, once again, I think the position is just out. It's outpricing itself. Does anybody know who the next quarterback is that's up for money coming up? Who's the next guy that's deal's coming up? It's got to be CJ Stroud's deal. Am I going to pay CJ Stroud $65 million? Are you going to do that? I think the word elite is subjective. How about this? That guy in Philadelphia is probably elite to what they're doing in Philly. Okay? Baker Mayfield is a great example. Baker Mayfield is a $30 million a year guy. And they can make it to the NFC Championship game versus the Eagles. The market value, are you really going to pay CJ Stroud $60 million? Look at what the Packers did with Jordan Love. How many games did Jordan Love play before they gave him that $50 million deal? Jordan Love is a $50 million a year quarterback. We are paying very good players exceptional money and assuming they can carry teams. And then the team suffers because you can't build a better roster around them because you've overcooked the books on the quarterback price. You're never going to win. The Cowboys are the greatest example of this. You pay one guy $60 million and you are not – look at the Cowboy roster. It is not a good roster. Okay? Love is a good quarterback. He just had no receivers. Well, why did you spend $60 million then? Why are you spending $60 million or $50 million on Love? If you haven't built the team, what? The Eagles were able to go get AJ and make a trade for AJ because they had the O-line and they had everything intact. I think Jordan Love is overrated. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's an exceptional player. She says, do you think the Colts finally move on from Anthony Richardson? Haven't they already? Shit, I bet you this. I bet you Dimes Jones starts that season for them. You're not going to see Anthony Richardson. Fucking guy's a loser. General managers assume it gives them the best chance to win. No way. Howie Roseman does the legwork and the hardest. He's done the hardest job and the hardest working guy in the NFL is the general manager in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because both sides of the football to what they're doing is being addressed. They have a formula. They're going to have a rotating door as much as they can on the defensive side of the football for now. Do you not agree? Nobody on that side of the football has a contract or is in a second contract. Where's Reed Blankenship's contract? They're not even sure about him. I keep hearing that Reed's deal is in the books and it's in the works. Where the fuck is it? Next Tuesday, you show up to camp. You going to give it to him during training camp? You going to give it to him at the start of the season? What's the point? There's no time thing now. Nothing. July 1 is come and gone. It's not. It's going to. And now this goes on to New Year. So what are you waiting for on Reed? What are you waiting for on Reed Blankenship's contract? What? An influx of money from something? What are we waiting for? Free eight again. July 1 designates you had to have your 60-man set. And I mean, once you got past the franchise tag, all bets are off. You can give the guy a contract anytime you want. Why would Reed has a contract? He's got one more year left. He'll be a free agent at the end of the year. He's got one more year left. He's in the same situation right now that Javon Hargrave, that Josh Sweat, and that really Zach Bond was on. He's going into the final year. He'll be a free agent March 8th. I mean, I might wait until next year. See how he plays. Dude, if Sidney Brown plays great and Makuba plays great, you're not giving that fucking guy $10 million. Why would I? Why would I? I got one guy. I got Sidney Brown still on a rookie deal, and they just drafted another guy on a rookie deal. Financially, that makes more sense to me. Why would I pay that guy that money if both those guys pan out? You're back on rookie contracts. But I'm going to give a guy $10 million. And by the way, a second pick, a second rounder, and a third rounder. So one of those guys is either going to be the backup or they're going to start. Which is it? And you're not going to put a second or third rounder as a floating guy. I mean, ask yourself, use common sense. Try to use common sense. 2 years ago, they drafted Sidney, and I'm hearing they like him. Okay? Then this year, you draft another one. There's two, a second rounder and a third rounder. And you got a guy who's a $10 million a year guy. Or wait, what does John say? A $17 million or $15 million a year guy? No fucking way. So you're going to go into next year and pay that guy $15 million and $36 to Carter. And then you're going to turn around and let Dean go because you're not going to pay him $20 million or $15 million or $10 million. He's up for a contract extension right now. And what are you going to do with Nolan? Nolan has 10 sacks. You're going to pay him 25 too? And then you're going to pay the safety you got a second and third round investment in. You're going to pay him $15 million. The cap is not going up that much. It is not going up that much. The salaries are outperforming the cap's increases. Do you understand? This is why they want to maybe get a ceiling on salaries and a floor on salaries, because salaries are outpacing the increase in the cap. That's why they went and said to teams they want to get lower money on guarantees. The league wants to try to control the salaries that are escalating. Wait a second. So what are you trying to say? Reed won't get his deal? He was a UDFA and Sidney was drafted. Not a chance. Here's what I'm saying. You drafted a second rounder and a third rounder at safety. Reed Blankenship, according to John, is a $15 million a year guy. And they've got him earmarked for that. Are you really paying that guy that money? Not me. He's the most replaceable guy on that defense. I saw him at 23 when he had lesser talent, lesser experience around him. He's a good player. I'm not saying he's not. You let good players go this last offseason. As you guys said, they weren't exceptional. They were replaceable. Well, if fucking Josh Sweat and Milton Williams are replaceable, Reed Blankenship is too. I mean, you talk about the lesser of the three. I mean, really, get this. Reed's not replaceable, but Josh and Milton are. Okay. Yeah. Or Sidney. Or no, CJ, I mean. Sidney, CJ and Milton and Josh are replaceable, but Reed's not. Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay. Sure. And I'm not even thinking Sidney's that hot. You still got a 2 and a 3 wrapped in that. Okay? I mean, I hate to say it, but I agree with you, Sels. Dude, I'm not ripping the kid. I'm just saying you got to make tough decisions like you did this last year. Now, look, if they give him the contract, Okay. Now you're really gauging this on. Listen, if they give Reed Blankenship a contract, that means the end of Sidney Brown. That means the end of him. He's done. Right? That's the end of him. He'll be out in free agent. I'm not saying that's a bad move. What if Makuba wins that job? What if Sidney's playing great? I mean, you're hoping Sidney plays great so I don't have to sign Reed. Right? Remember something. Do you not agree? The Eagles are trying to maximize rookie contract. Why in the world would you not want to maximize rookie contracts? John's right on the Keely Ringo thing. That's a waste of a roster spot, is Keely Ringo. They wasted a roster spot. They have 17 games to figure out if he can play. Actually, they're probably going to go 5 games. They got like 5 or 6 games to figure out if he can play. Because he's a free agent at the end of the year. Or he's entitled to a contract. And they wasted the rookie contract. You don't have to put money on it. The Eagles have. You don't have to put money on it. The Eagles did. They're putting money on it. If he turns out to be a top flight corner, 30 fucking million. Hey, you doing? You see what Gardner got? What if the Eagles finish 1 in pass defense? He's got 4 picks. What do you think? That's 25 million? Not likely. Not likely. So it's a 1-year deal here. Maybe 5 games. If that kid Keely Ringo turns out to be a top flight corner, he won't be in Philly. He'll test the market. Why wouldn't he be? Why would I sign a $20 million? But wait, you're going to pay that guy 20? If he turns out to be one of the better corners in the NFL. What happens to the rest of the guys like Reed Blankenship? What happens to the Nolan? Ajomo's gone. Moro Ajomo being on this team next year if he plays well. Why wouldn't he go the route of Milton? I get $28 million in the open market. Why would I stay here? Why would I stay here? Hey, everyone will tell you in Philly, though, that they'll sign everybody. Because that's the fanboy in them. We don't even know if Howie would even offer a contract. Reed could be the next TJ Edwards. Yes. He may, dude, go by his actions. Not my words. Go by how Howie acts. You don't have to listen to me. All I'm going, but hey, do you know where my takes come from? His actions. When it comes to building his football team, I'm totally going by what he's done. Listen, when a general manager drafts players in the top 3 rounds, and by the way, anybody that says the 2nd and 3rd rounders don't matter in Philly, let's take a look at that. How many people think a 3rd round draft choice doesn't matter, or a 2nd round draft choice doesn't matter in Philly? Eagles. Let's see here. Draft history. Before I do this, let me take a look to make sure some of you are dumb or okay. How many people think that the Eagles' 2nd and 3rd round picks don't matter? Okay, here we go. Let's see here. second-round picks. Andrew Makuba this year. G. Cooper DeJean was a second-rounder, and Jalix Hunt was a third-rounder. Huh. Well, let's go to the next ones. Tyler Steen and Sidney Brown. Okay. Cam Jurgens and Nakobe Dean, 2 and a 3. Landon Dickerson and Milton Williams are 2 and a 3. Huh. Jalen Hurts is a second-rounder. Wow. I mean, a 2 and a 3 in the last 5 drafts. Makuba, Ty Robinson was a 4. But then the 24 year, Cooper and Jalix Hunt. Steen and Brown, Jurgens and Dean, Landon and Milton. Don't fucking tell me that a second and third round draft choice in Philly doesn't matter. I mean, what are you talking about? Nah, I know, man. I'm sure you do. I'm pretty sure you do. You ever had an NFL contract? You ever dealt with people that have? You ever had them on your show? I do. You don't. Go home. Had good luck in late and undrafted picks up a lot of good players mid to late rounds. They really have. They've done, I'll tell you this, they've done a really good job from rounds 3 down to 7. They've done a really good job. That's right. Look at this. Goddard was a second. So don't tell me a 2 and a 3 don't matter in Philly. They do matter. Those are big picks for them. Those are big picks for anybody. The most utilized draft round in NFL history is the 3rd, where you get the most production. In NFL history is the 3rd round. Second and third rounders are flops, aren't flops ever. Because most of the time, Twiz, that's best player available. Get this. The organization loves blank, but you know it all. No, I know this. They loved Milton and they loved Josh Sweat. Had to let them go too. You know all. Hey, okay. So let me get this right. According to Twizzlestick, you're going to pay Reed $15 million. What if Sidney Brown and Makuba outplay him? And you got a $15 million guy you can replace with both those dudes. And you could have had rookie contracts to keep your salaries down, to pay your other big people. That's a smart move. Come on, Twizzlestick. That's a smart move. Come on, Twizzlestick. I do love Twiz. I do, man. Oh, man. Yeah, right. Hey. Reed will sign for $12 million. Why? $12 million. Makuba plays the other side. Sorry, Sydney. Okay. So third rounder was a bust for Howie. You cool with that? Well, here. Can I tell you how I would look at this? And you tell me if you agree. So you pay Reed 12. Makuba turns out to be good. And Sydney's gone. Well, Sells, Reed was a UDFA. We didn't waste any draft commodity, and we didn't waste any draft equity. So don't you think that offsets that third rounder? Yeah, it does. That's how I would look at it that way. I could look at it that way. Right? No, hey, no, you're right. Over the last 5 years, they flopped on second and thirds because of this one dude. You're right. What are the chances the Bird repeat again, Mr. Sills? Mr. Chiriani, by the way, that was really great last night. Seeing that great team in that media, seeing Nick up there on stage. I thought that was great last night. Awesome stuff. I loved it. It's going to come down to your defense and all the changes. Hey, intern Sirianni, here's your question of the year. All the changes on defense. How will they impact the defense? I know we got cheerleaders in Philly that everybody will be great. I'm sure they will. So what we're going to do is, let's see how it pans out. The story, get this. If Big Sills will be right. Last year, I won't lie. All the things panned out, and it was great. Like it did in 22. I couldn't believe. I don't know why I was more confident. I was the first guy in the Philadelphia market. People forget this. And Xander's got audio of it. I was the first guy in Philly because I think around March in 22, I said the Eagles are going to Super Bowl. They built too good a roster. Yours truly said that. I don't know why I felt that way. I think it's because there was a lot of veterans on that team. And you hadn't even picked up Linville Joseph and Sue yet. You did that pretty much in the middle of the season. They needed more run defense because Hargrave wasn't a very good run stopper. Folks, did I say in the offseason? You weren't here, dickbag. How would you know? In 22's offseason, I was the first guy to say, you're going to the Super Bowl. Those are facts. I don't care if you believe it or not. Go back and listen. Hey, you could say I'm a liar, but I got it on tape. I said the Eagles have built a roster that's going to the Super Bowl. I said that in March 22, and you ended up going. I don't really care if you believe it or not, RC. It really doesn't mind me. I don't really care because you're not very good at what your takes are too. Okay? What's the best roster in football? Injuries and complacency and the changes on defense for continuity could derail us. Right. Yes. With the best roster in football, injuries, complacency, I don't believe the complacency one. Then again, Hurts is out in the Caribbean, or where is he? The French Riviera. He's hanging out drinking mint tulips. And, he's drinking those mint tulips. Okay? I know you were, Jace. I know you heard me say it. Who cares what that dickhead thinks? Hey, Hurts is in the Mediterranean drinking mint tulips with Jordan. They got a straw in it, too, and they got their pinkies up. So what does it take to read? Can you imagine that? Sitting around on a $100 million yacht. That's awesome, by the way. And you're sitting around on a $100 million yacht, and you're drinking mint tulips. So what do you think, MJ? When you were going through that 3P, your second one, what was it like when, you were smoking cigars and just like Jordan, and I like how he did that with the cigar, with the trophy like Jordan. It was really great. I liked it. It kind of had that Jordan look when he had the cigar. And so when you're sitting there and you're drinking with your pinky up, that mint tulip, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, man, it's guts and desire. Yeah, man, that's great. I'm fucking, man, a big star. He wouldn't win his team last night, but that's all right. He's in the French Riviera. Not a problem. He's hanging out with the yachtsmen. Yeah. Keep making fun. I'm not making fun of nobody. This is the rewards of being a champion. You get to drink mint tulips in the French Riviera with Jordan. The fuck you talking about? I mean, are you crazy? Okay. Hey, I'm not. How would you make? Wait a minute. You win the Super Bowl. You get to drink French mint tulips, and you're on the French Riviera hanging out with MJ. What are you talking about? I would do the same thing. If I got a chance to hang out in the Mediterranean, I'm drinking like, I'm drinking like a fucking dirty martini. How you doing? I'm sitting there. Who would I hang out in the French Riviera with? Drinking like a dirty martini. They're the big martini glasses, Who would I be wanting to drink with? Let's see here. I'd probably want to go with somebody like Goldberg. Okay, yeah. No, I really don't like mint tulips. I'm assuming Jalen does. You're drinking a Corona? Probably you're right. Because you see something, Lamar. I'm a man of the people. I don't drink with my pinky up and drink mint tulips. Hanging out in the French Riviera. Okay? Yeah. Is your biggest concern the lack of talent on defense? I don't know if it's a lot. No. Too young. Okay. I see the defense getting better as the season goes on. Fingers crossed, a lot of unknown qualities. It's not a lack of talent. I'm talking about the lack of experience. So, yes, that would probably be my major concern. Okay? I don't drink Bud Lights, bro. We don't have that beer in our house. That thing has been banished. Bud Lights are no longer allowed in this house. There's nothing light around me. What do you think? I'm LJ and I eat half a sandwich? So when I see the Colts roster, all that's missing is a competent quarterback. Same in Minnesota. They have a tight end, good running game. Jonathan Taylor's an outstanding. They have a good O-line. They have a great left guard and a decent defense, right? Them and Minnesota need a quarterback. Absolutely. Okay? Seriously, you know what Bud Light's like drinking? Flat beer. And then you got to think about, think about the people who drink it. I don't know. But, talk about a dude with a cannoli that dresses like a chick that drinks Bud Light. I don't know. That ain't for me. Yeah. Still sips on Mike Hard lemonades. What's that? I think he's had too much today. Hurts is on top of the world right now. I'm not ripping him. You get a chance to have the pinky up drinking mint tulips or like dirty martinis with MJ. He's the Super Bowl MVP. He's the face of, what's Xander say? He's the face of fucking Jordan. Sure. That's not a rip. Everyone hating on Sills. 24 take. Should have heard him in 23. He told us the collapse is coming. Everyone was posting 9-1. Oh, I know. You know what, Devin? People forget that. They're killing me for a year ago, but when all the same people were fucking telling me how fucking wrong I was on 10-1 are the same people now parading around because they did win, but they forgot who they were too when the team was 10-1. I know, bro. You want to talk about hanging L's? Go back to that year, 23, when they were 10-1, and I said the collapse was coming. Nope. Nobody wanted to hear it. Nobody wanted to hear it. And now those same people, because they won, all good. But they forget, though, they're the same guys that were doing that shit then, too. Every one of them. What were you talking about? We're the best team in football. We're 10-1. I'm like, this team ain't what it is. This team is not that good. No. Okay? And then when they decided to take the ball out of the quarterback's hand and go to a running game, and the defense turned, it was crazy great. Absolutely. Yeah, they were 10-1. Yeah, you fuckers all forget that. Same people that took L's that year are now going, you were wrong. You're always wrong. Wasn't wrong then. As a matter of fact, we were dead on. Why? Hold on. You swing on 22s nuts all the time when you talk about your boy Hurts. Donald drinks Mike's hard. Hey, yeah, Marcus, you swing all over Jalen's nuts on 22. You keep bringing that up. Stop bringing 22 up. They were 10-1. And I'm the only one. I was the only one going like this. That's not a good team. Last year, they proved me wrong. Year before that, I was right. 1,000%. You forget that. I know you do. Because you think you're now, you got the Super Bowl. Fantastic. But again, you erase the history of fucking when you were 10-1, giving Big Sills the shit and punching me in the head, telling me how fucking terrible my takes were, and then I turned out to be 1,000% correct. But you forget that. And the way you started the season out in 24 even, you kept fucking looking at me going, what do you mean? No doubt, the team, they turned the corner because they changed ideology, and they went to a player that could take them across the finish line. Thank you, doctor. I know that. It's the funnest team, not just the hottest team. It's a great team to cover. Okay? What's that? Even your hey, guess what? That wasn't. It was a fact. You forgot 23. When I told you when you were 10-1. Nobody, everybody, even my own chat, everybody kept telling me I was so wrong. No. That's why last year, first time in 40 years, I've been wrong in radio. Not 40, 35, something like that. We shall see. Next Tuesday, this bad dog. Don't, Stevie boy. This bad dog. How you doing? Are you 20? Hey, remember this? Hey, Sills, the team's 10-1. You're dogging the team. You sucked. It's not a good football team. And now everyone's going, you're all. I wasn't wrong. So this year we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Living in the past? Not living in, so are you. Last year's the past. Hey, you doing? Yeah, baby. Hit that like button, you. Let's see here. We fired the coordinators. That's so? Oh, clearly it was Johnson and the size and aptitude that drug us down. Not the players quitting on everybody. Oh, yeah. Hey, look. It's old news. I'll tell you what, that Shane Gillis guy, he gave me, dude, that guy was fucking tremendous last night. Hey, you see all them guys show up at the big guys show up at the White House. You see the big black guys showing up. Oh, yeah, the New York Liberty, too, showed up. Today is Liberation Day for Dan Sileo. Dave Portnoy is going on FS1 and Fox. And Gillis last night hosted the ESPYs. Anything I've ever said or done in the past, fucking over with. Don't ever hold it against me. That shit was epic last night. Hey, this is Shador Sanders. Hey, going 13-12 and almost winning the Alamo Bowl. Holy cow. Dude, the night was totally awesome when he goes, hey, I'd like to introduce you to whoever of the WNBA. Oh, I'm only kidding. That's just my wife's friend. Boo! I thought it was hilarious. That's just my wife's friend down there. Oh, I'm sitting there going, no way Disney likes this. There's no fucking way. That thing was so, dude, and I thought it was going to be like a Grammy, Trump sucks, the world's on fire, fuck everyone. No way, man. This thing was carved out of old school comedy. That was great shit. All we needed was a Chris Rock smack in the face by somebody, and we would have had it all going on last night. Holy cow, that was great. Without further ado, I'll tell you this today, man. You know what I heard on Birds 365, which was fucking iconic? I like this group of kids. I think this place is going to just absolutely explode. Fucking it's. I feel so great about this group of players. And I was like, you know what? He's selling me too. I'll tell you, I'm buying it. I feel good too. The quarterback didn't show up last night. He was drinking mint tulips out in the French Riviera with Michael Jordan, hanging out. You know, he's got the pinky up too when you drink that. I almost said it. Stupid drink. Without further ado, we bring in the man who's, get this, Gratlin Rice is an old writer back in the day, would be very proud of he'd be very proud of Xander Krauss. You know why? He's in the business of selling optimism. He sells optimism and sports. That's what we're here to do. We're here to sell optimism and sports because I love sports. We bring in the man, our friend, Big Z, Xander Krauss.
What up, Big Sills?
What's your boy doing, man? He was drinking. He's in the French Riviera. I guess that's the spoils of being a champion, right?
Oh, when you're the face of Jordan, yeah, you got some things to tend to. But what exactly do you mean I sell optimism? I actually don't agree with you at all.
Why not?
Well, I'm optimistic on the future.
You're selling the fact that you think the Eagles are going to have an iconic year.
Well, I think I'm going off of the trend. And since I've been alive, I've actually truly never felt better about where the Eagles are than where they are right now. And I've been alive for 27 years, and I've been a fan of the team since I can remember. So I truly feel, and if I didn't feel good, you can say.
I don't think, no. I'm not saying you.
I'm not the kind of dude that blows smoke. I really feel like with Jalen and Nick and with the way Howie's operating, with the young guys they have and the championship pedigree that they have, you know, even going all the way back to college, I feel like it's a special group. I don't think I'm selling optimism. I mean, am I optimistic? Yes, I am, absolutely. But it's coming from a place of truth. It's not coming from me trying to sell anybody anything. Honestly, I
didn't say you're selling bullshit. You believe that there's not going to be a dip in the football team that much this year. By the way, I heard you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you think that you've got quality kids that come from quality programs that you're not going to see. You're saying a top 5 defense. So you don't really believe that there's going to be a fall off on the defense, and you don't really believe that there's going to be a fall off on the team, and you're going as status quo. If you don't think that's optimism with new faces,
well, yeah, I mean, it's
building, that's optimism, isn't it?
It is optimism. What I would push back on would be that I'm selling it and not actually believing it. You know, I do actually believe what I'm saying. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying you're selling bullshit.
Because I do think there are people out there, those Sills, who don't really say what they believe. It's one of the reasons I like your show. You know, even if you hate on the Eagles, for the most part, you say what you believe. Are you bombastic? Do you put a little emphasis on it? Do you embellish a little bit? Yes, you do. But you do stick with what you believe. And I'm
listen, if you took that as I think you're selling bullshit, I didn't mean that. You're selling, you believe that those changes aren't going to be a major factor.
I'll say this: if I didn't feel good about this team, half the people in this chat would hate me, or not hate me, but they would shit on me like they shit on you. Because I would tell them that I don't think that this team is good. Well, but I really think the team is fucking good.
You know, somebody did remind me of something that I forgot. Remember where I come from too. When the team was 10-1, I was telling you the implosion was coming.
And yeah, that was good. That was Devin. Holy shit, dude! I haven't seen glaze like that. I mean, he's telling me I'm
wrong. Is he wrong?
Holy moly, the glaze! It's like a Krispy Kreme joint.
The only people that
we got to deport you to Canada to get this.
Nobody wants to say this because get this, they're killing me because of my takes a year ago. But when I was dead on in 23, that the meltdown was coming like Chernobyl. Well, everyone forgot that.
I'll give you credit for this too. You did say 22. You were ahead of that. in the offseason early, well before training camp, they were your pick for the Super Bowl. And I'll give you credit for that, for sure. Now, that doesn't mean that you didn't have a historically bad 2024.
I had a great 23. Wait a minute. I had a great 23 also.
I'll say about your 23, like you say about Hurts' 22. That fucking thing was years ago. What do you want me to hold that thing?
No.
You want me to say that in the obituary?
People blaze that 22.
Sileo had right takes in 2023.
Hey, well, people are under the assumption that we're fucking wrong. We're not. We've been right on every year but a year ago.
Look at Devin. Devin, I booked your flight to Toronto, Canada. It's a one-way. There's no return home. You're spending the rest of your days at the Krispy Kreme.
Devin, I love you very much. You are a fan of Big Sills. Hey, what'd you think of the ESPYs last night?
I didn't watch it all, but I did. Well, listen, I did see a lot of the clips. I'm not really a show like that, Sills. Like, I don't like. I've never watched the Grammys. I don't watch the Emmys. I don't watch the ESPY. I don't like that shit. It's just not for me. But I did find Shane Gillis very funny. I found your takes on Shane Gillis to be very accurate. And I know, I tried to say this to John this morning and he pushed back on it, but I know the ESPN executive. Oh my God, they could barely handle it. I know they could barely handle it. The only thing that will keep that guy coming back is if the ratings are through the roof, which they might.
Oh, it will be. It will be because you know why? He ripped both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, he did. He ripped everybody.
He ripped everybody. How about the one on Juan Soto? Hey, don't hang around Trump, dog. You might support it.
Look, I think we got it. I like comedy that has no guardrails.
I like uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like comedy that's trying to be politically correct all the time. Like, that's fucking comedy. Isn't that supposed to be what comedy is? You know, you shit on me for the things I do. We shit on. That's the point. So I know I did find them funny, but how about the Birds' best team? Saquon, best play, pretty impressive. Keep adding to the list of things that they accomplished.
Where was Hurts?
Well, I mean, he's the face of Jordan. I told you this. You tried to tell me Dak was the face of Jordan. It's one of your worst takes of the offseason. Dak is the face of Jordan. What the fuck is Dak?
Dak is on the biggest TV show of the year every year.
Dak's not even the face of the Cowboys anymore. It's Micah Parsons because of his podcast.
Micah Parsons, because he makes 60. And he's the quarterback of the Eagles because a defensive edge rusher is the face of the Cowboys now. Okay. Well, then if that's the case, Barkley's the face of the Eagles.
Dakota.
Hey, remember this, my friends. You want to win a ball game? Whose hands do you want the game in? Barkley or Hurts? I'll take Barkley.
What do you mean? In Super Bowl, it was in Hurts' hands.
Barkley
50 yards.
Hey, if I had to get to that game, I'm not putting the ball in Hurts' hands during the regular season. I'll put it in Barkley's hands.
I will. We might not need to.
By the way, and that's what they did.
Oh, I'll put it in Jalen's hands all day.
They didn't. They did
all
not.
Day and twice on Sunday. All day and twice on Sunday.
Put it in his hands.
Yeah, we might not have to because we have such a good running back. But if we did have to, I feel very good. I mean, the two of the best games.
So when your boss comes to you and says you're going to do less, that's cool.
Hurts had two of his best games of his career in the Super Bowl. I mean,
your boss comes to you and says we're going to do less, that's cool. All right. Listen, I got a topic for you, though. I want to ask you something here. Outside of Jalen here, the one Philadelphia Eagle that you think will define the Philadelphia Eagles season in 2025, not named Hurts.
Ah, okay. I'm leaning Barkley, but part of me wants to say Nolan Smith because if you don't have an edge rusher that's good on the team next year, you're going to be in big trouble. And it's really coming down to Nolan Smith to be that anchor guy. That's who I feel right now based on that question. You could also make the argument for Saquon because I think Saquon has changed the way the team plays the game completely. Like, think about that. Nolan Smith doesn't change the way we play defense. Saquon changed. Saquon took our identity that we've been trying to build since 2000 with Jeffrey Lurie and literally turned it on its head so much that the owner was like, wait, I love this. Like that. I don't think players don't come around like that often. So Probably Saquon or Nolan is my answer to your question.
Mine is going to be Keely Ringo because I'm expecting Barkley to play well.
True.
I'm expecting Nolan to have a good year. To me, this is going to come down to the unknown players. And one of the most unknown do you not agree? What's a tougher position to play? Safety or corner?
Probably corner, right? I mean,
Corner.
Corner's one of the toughest.
Where the money is.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. So that guy's position could define what your defense looks like because that guy probably this. What's really crazy, I thought about him a lot last night, and I'll tell you why, Xander. John's right. If that guy gets 5 or 6 picks this year, at the end of the year, are you paying him $30 million?
Probably.
So you're going to
pay. I mean, you're not going to pay him $30 million because he's only played 1 year, but you're going to pay him close to safety money. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they would go into it. Maybe they would draft another corner, not pay him, go into the season with him on a lame duck and let him expire out after the year. You get 2 years of the player. You have another year with the rookie in the chamber to get acclimated, and then you go that way. I'm just saying, if he plays so good and he plays into his position or plays into his contract, I think they're going to pay him. But no 5th-year option on him, brother. He's got no 5th-year option. He's a 4th.
That's right.
Player. So I don't know. I mean, I probably wouldn't. Now that I'm thinking about it, you probably wouldn't.
Dead on. John's dead on.
Corners to pay, but
hey, John's dead on. They've wasted that rookie contract of his. They have.
Well, I think.
No. I'll take that back. It's not wasted.
Get off the pot.
Wait a minute. It's not wasted. They had really good players in front of them, so they just got caught here. It's a time thing because John's dead on. If that guy plays great at the end of the year, bro, are you going to pay him market money?
I mean, I don't know.
Let's leave the optimism. Let's go with what you're saying.
Well, even if he plays great, I still don't know because it's the business of football where you have to let good people go sometimes.
Wait a minute. You let good people go this year. My point is, you really like the player, right?
Well, I don't like him as much as John.
Well, they like him enough to start him.
Well, that's true.
Okay,
that's true. You're probably talking about the business getting in the way here. I don't think you can pay him that. I mean, I don't think he would demand that.
Why not?
Dude, Sauce Gardner was a first round pick and has been a bona fide cornerback since he came into the league. You think one good year of Keely Ringo is going to earn him $30 million? In what world?
I just saw Zach Bond get an $18 million contract for 1 year of play.
Wow.
1 year of play, he got $18 million.
Do you really think Keely Ringo would get $30 million?
No, I don't know. I'm going with the.
I think if the guy plays unreal, he would raise the sign a $20 million deal.
Folks, I'm going with all your optimism.
Give me Keely Ringo at 18 M's.
No way. I'd go in the open market and see what I could get. 25.
All right, good. Go ahead and play in another system. Stink it up, get cut like Adoree Jackson did, and end up as a back end player.
Okay. So wait a minute. I go to New England and I get my money if I'm Milton, and I get all that money and I get cut. Oh gee, I'm horribly upset.
Donald says he could be the best corner ever for next season and still not get 30. I agree.
Oh yeah. Okay, so 25? 20?
20.
Okay. So let me lead you over to Reed then. So Reed, and you're paying him 15, right? Oh, John says 15. That's what John thinks he's getting. Okay. So Makuba and Sydney are second and third round picks who have been pretty good picks for you guys, right? Last 5 years.
What has Makuba done?
No. I'm just going by the history, what you just said. The history of the Eagles drafting in the second round has been pretty impressive. Do you not agree? Or that, right? So I'm assuming by the optimism that Andrew Makuba is going to be a star because this is what Big Sills does. Optimism. Here we go. So you get Andrew Makuba and Sydney playing well. Where are you coming up with 15? Why would I pay that guy $15 million? Why in the world?
I know you want to drop a nuke on our football team because it's so good right now.
I am selling optimism.
You're not selling shit. You're selling fear.
I am telling you, Cuba and Sydney are going to be stars.
Wait a second, though. You just talked about at the beginning of this segment how right you were in 22, 23. Oh my God! You know what else you said? You know what else you said?
Yeah,
you said we would never be able to pay AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. Okay. Well, what happened?
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to sit here and say that Howie's not going to figure out the business side of things. Is it complicated? Yes. You got Carter, Vaughn, you got Quinion and Coop, you got Nolan and Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. You got all of these different things that are complicated for sure.
You didn't figure them all out because there's 4 guys left. You didn't figure them all out.
What world do you live in where every team?
But you didn't figure all of them out.
4 guys left, and we still might be losing more.
All those guys got raises. It wasn't like they got fucking chicken shit money.
Why do you think they're drafting so many defensive guys?
No shit. I'm optimism. I've got optimism here.
Well, you don't like Mac McWilliams?
Who? Hey, the reason I say Keely
Mac McWilliams is coming in. We're good.
How long do you think they give Keely to prove he can play the position? You think he's on a short leash?
4 weeks.
Long leash? Do you think he's got the whole year?
4 weeks.
Wow. The big part of the schedule.
Yeah, first 4
another
weeks.
part of it later, right?
But the guy stinks for 4 weeks. You think they're going to stick with him longer than that?
No.
Maybe they would. First year starting. Maybe 6 weeks.
6 weeks. A month. Okay.
Whole year. RCR says whole year.
No way.
Sean Doberman says 8 weeks. 4 weeks. And Dank Bergang says 4 weeks, question mark.
So I'm
going to Dank, how long do you want a shitty cornerback on the field? 8 weeks? 12 weeks? I don't want a shitty fucking corner on my football field.
Be more optimistic. Come on, Xander. The guy's going to be a star.
Now you're wrapping up bullshit and selling it.
Yes, I am. All right. Hey, so I like threesomes. And I'm going to pitch you threesomes. Who in the NFL has the best threesome? Quarterback, running back, wide receiver.
Jalen Hurts.
You have little faith.
Saquon Barkley and
AJ. Thinking minds. So pathetic out there. Some of
Eagles.
You.
Eagles.
There's my boy. Sell that bitch like nobody.
It's easy. This is the easiest one you've asked.
So, well, let me ask you here.
You taking Zay Flowers over AJ Brown?
Wait, Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, or Jamar Chase?
Give me Chase Brown over Saquon Barkley. I'll take Jalen Hurts.
This is a 3-person conversation.
Yeah, I'm taking my 3. You can keep Chase Brown.
Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers.
Yeah, I'm not taking Zay fucking Flowers. Give me my 3.
This is a threesome.
I know what it is.
Okay.
Give me my 3.
Goff, Gibbs, and Amon St. Brown.
Give me my 3. I don't want Jared Stinks in the postseason and tiny Amon-Ra. I want the big-bodied A.J. Brown who can catch everything, who runs routes, who has slant passes, got the comeback, got the go route. You can't really tackle him. Give me that guy.
Passing game blows. What are you talking about?
Blows. Stop.
It's 30th.
Stop.
The passing game was 30th.
Stop it.
Wait, stop telling facts?
Very efficient year for Jalen Hurts. 70% completions, 18 touchdown passes, 5 picks,
30th.
A great ratio, and 37 passing yards. They didn't throw the ball that much last year.
30th. Okay. Hey, it was not a great passing game. Nobody in the world.
No. It wasn't a high volume passing game.
You were 30th.
It was not a high volume passing game.
No.
It didn't stink.
You were 21st in passing period.
Dude, if it stunk, he would throw turnovers more. He would throw the interceptions more. Come
He
on,
didn't
man.
you're right. He didn't have a chance to throw the turnovers because they
Look
took
at
the
what
shit
you did to this chat by saying that bullshit word.
What's that? What word?
You got cornbread.
I'll tell you what, though, man. If I had to really pick my best threesome, I really do think it is the Eagles.
I know it is. It is 100%. Now, you'd take Chase Brown.
No, I wouldn't. I didn't say that. Okay.
Sileo would take Chase Brown.
I'd take Joe Burrow over that guy in Philly any day. Let's see here.
Give me the birds.
As a matter of fact, I would take A.J. Brown. Here, that's the way to do it.
Give me the birds.
I'll take Burrow over Hurts any day. I'll take Barkley over Brown, and I would take A.J. over Jamar. Now, here's another one. Lamar, Henry, or Flowers. There's another two. So the two best threesomes have to be the Eagles and Baltimore. Has to be those two. Would you put the Rams in there, or would you put the Lions in there?
Rams are decent. Kyron Williams is good, but I watched him fumble twice versus us. So
Are you big on Puka Nacua?
I am. I'm a fan of his. I like the way he plays. He kind of not really, but he plays the game physical. He plays the game with no fear. I like that. I like that type of receiver. I'm not as much of a fan of the cutesy style. That's why I like AJ so much. But I like Puka. I like Kyron, and I like Stafford. That's a good trio. Kyron is okay. He's not even close to Saquon.
How about Purdy, McCaffrey, and Kittle? They went to a Super Bowl, those three.
Let's see what McCaffrey can do this year. Guy had like every bone below his hip was broken last year. Like I don't know what that guy's gonna be. I'm sorry, I just don't.
How about this one? Baker Mayfield, Bucky Irvin, and Mike Evans.
It's a good one. Baker's good. Bucky's good. Mike Evans is good. Not great enough for me to take him.
How about Stroud, Mixon, and Nico Collins?
That's solid. Nico Collins is really fast, quickly ascending as a receiver. Mixon is good, not great in my eyes. I think he's had opportunities to really explode, and he never kind of took that elite step that I thought he was going to take. And Stroud I like, but I'm not taking them over Eagles.
No. Daniels, Brian Robinson, and Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
You think that's bad?
I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's top 5. I think everyone you've said before that is better. I think the Texans are better. I think the Rams are better 3. I think the Bengals have a better 3. I think who else did you name?
Let's see. The Lions.
I think the Bucs have a better 3.
The Bucs.
Lions for sure.
The Texans. I mean, what about this Cowboy one? Prescott, Javonte Williams, and CeeDee Lamb. I don't even know who Javonte Williams is. I mean, I can't even put that with a straight face on the board here. I mean, how about Love, Josh Jacobs, and Jaden Reed?
I'm not a Jordan Love guy.
Me too, man. I'm not in that room with that guy.
I feel like people jumped the gun on him a little too quick. Like everybody was like, this guy's going to be a stud, and I haven't really seen that.
This Minnesota one here, we can't say J.J. McCarthy sucks because we don't know. But they got Aaron Jones and Justin Jefferson. Jones.
You can't say he's good.
I'm sorry?
Can't say he sucks, but you can't say he's good.
No, I'm right. I don't know shit about him.
You talk about caboose. You like to use that word a lot. That guy was a caboose at Michigan. He was like the ultimate caboose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like he didn't do shit.
How about this one? Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, and Brock Bowers.
That's actually pretty good.
That is.
Really good. Genty, I think, is going to be great.
Bowers is
you don't think Genty's going to go like the Eddie Lacy route, do you? That dude's looking big.
Bro, I'm not a fan of that guy, man, playing at Boise State and then all of a sudden getting in the room. But I feel
he's got elite movement. I wonder about the weight, though.
But people were telling me they think he could gain $2,000 this year. And I'm like, that's fucking high. Their O-line ain't that good.
$2,000. When's the last time a running back before Saquon ran for $2,000? Adrian Peterson?
And I don't believe it. Yes. And I don't believe there's ever been a rookie ever do it. I know that Eric Dickerson went for 1,800 yards one year in his rookie year. And then the next year he went for 2,105. But yeah, no, I don't. Hey, I brought this topic up today. And I want to ask you your opinion on it. Now, again, there's no wrong or right answer because, again, organizations build teams the right or wrong way, whatever. But don't you agree, Xander, after this, one thing I've learned this week about all the conversation about elite quarterbacks, who's elite, who's not, I'm not going down that lane. I'm going here. Bro, I'm not paying Josh Allen. I'm not paying Joe Burrow. I'm not paying any of those elite guys any of that money when I could get to a Super Bowl with a really good quarterback, a guy who could be a player like Hurts, where if I don't have to throw the ball, I can morph into running the ball, and I can do this. I'm going to build my roster. I would rather build my roster than pay high-end quarterbacks. Wouldn't you?
Well, Eagles have kind of done both, haven't they?
Yeah, because
Jalen Hurts is paid.
He's not a high-end guy. He's a high-end guy.
But he's paid though, and the roster's good.
But wait a minute. He's not really at market price right now.
Yeah, but what you just said is interesting because it's the clear differentiation of the Eagles versus the rest of the league.
Completely true.
Mahomes has a great quarterback, didn't build the roster as good. Joe Burrow, great quarterback, roster's meh. Josh Allen, great quarterback, roster's meh. Eagles, great quarterback, great roster. That's the only team you can really – now, Ravens, great roster, great quarterback.
I tell you, that's why he's falling in my eyes. He's falling in my eyes because
he's struggling to get the job done.
That's right. He is. But to what we're saying here is this. The market, we're paying good quarterbacks. And by the way, once again, I am not putting Jalen in this conversation. I'm talking about we're paying people like Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence. We're paying those guys high-end money for decent players. Isn't the position outtrending the market where you're paying really good money for players that are not that good? It's what bro, I'd rather do what the Eagles are doing. Give a guy $50 million, put him in the middle of the room when it comes to salary, give him all his guarantees, give him a fucking no trade, do all that shit, and then build my roster. Get this, the Eagles are preparing to pay Jalen Carter in the offseason. You know what the most 90% of the teams are doing in the offseason? They're preparing how they're going to pay their quarterback. The Eagles have, when's the last holdout Philly's ever had? And that's all based on the quarterback. The quarterback took one of those silent deals where nobody ever debated anything or nobody even held out. There was no conversation. There was just a pen to paper, and it was over. This guy's able to do so much more business. You know, Jalen Hurts has given the Eagles one thing that's the most important thing. You know what it was? He gave them latitude to be able to build that roster. And he did that because that deal was so well done and so quietly done that he's afforded the ability to build that roster. I'm telling you, how he did.
Good.
He did the same shit that Brady did in New England and that Russell Wilson did in Seattle. And that's why those franchises were so far ahead of everybody else. Because if you think about it, what's the one common denominator between Brady, Russell Wilson, and Jalen Hurts? What's the one common denominator?
Great roster.
They weren't drafted in the first round.
Brady didn't have great
They
roster.
were all on later round picks, 2, 3, and 6. And it gave those organizations autonomy to build a roster around them because they didn't have to pay him up front. Remember, how many years did Jalen play on $1.5 million deal? His first 2 years? His first 3 years? First 3 years, he played on $1.5 million.
Technically 2, but the big money didn't kick in until after 3 years of starting.
So you had 3 years to build that roster based off of a second-round salary. Don't you see how they got ahead of everyone else?
Yeah.
It's the same way how the Patriots got ahead of the game because Brady was a 6th rounder.
I got a weird feeling
to build that roster till he got paid.
Yeah, no, you're right. I got a weird feeling that Jalen Carter is going to take the same approach. Not crazy. I'm not saying he's going to take 20 million. I think he's going to take 30, 31, 32 million. I don't think he's going to push for the 36 to $40 million range. I really don't. I think he's going to let them structure.
He's going to ask for max money.
I think he's going to get very close to max money. Maybe the top D, because the top DT right now is what, 30, right?
31. It's
31. I think it's 31.5, 32.
Wow, you think he only goes a tick above it?
Yep. I think because the organization will always do that. Remember, they also like the headlines and the highest paid of this. And, remember, they did it with Jalen. They did it with Landon. They did it with A.J. Brown. They did it with Lane Johnson. They did it with all the guys that they like. So I would expect them to do that. I'm just saying I don't think he's going to be the guy that pushes for $6 million more than Chris Jones is getting. And you could make the argument he would earn it if he really wanted it. But I think he's going to go 32, let the team structure it however they want, and it's going to look super team friendly on paper.
You know how it looks team friendly? Do you think they put that 5th-year option involved in it like they did Devontae?
Yep, 100%.
Which means that you're going to have the player for like 6-7 years.
Yeah. Which by the way, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Carter had a longer contract. I don't think he would take that.
4 years?
Well, I think 4 is the minimum. It wouldn't surprise me though. Am I wrong?
Here's the problem.
Wait. Am I wrong to say that Fletcher Cox signed a 6-year deal one time?
I thought it was 5 with an option.
Fletcher? Was it 5?
I thought it was 5 with an option.
Like Jalen Carter, yeah, he signed a 6-year, $103 million deal in the 2016 season. I knew I remembered that right. I'm not saying that Jalen Carter is going to do that because the money's different today, but I think the Eagles have identified him as a Fletcher Cox type player. I would make the bet right now that Jalen Carter will retire as a Philadelphia Eagle. That's how I think the organization looks at him as a defensive tackle. They pay DTs, man. They pay frontline guys on the offense and the defense, and they pay them for long times. I mean, we talk about the big 4, right? The big 4 Eagles that we've had recently: Kelsey, Lane, Brandon Graham, and who am I leaving out? What am I blanking on? Fletcher. All of the what do they all have in common?
First rounders.
No.
What?
All linemen.
Linemen.
That's it. So Fletcher or Jalen Carter will be viewed like that. I think it could be a massive deal, which will probably sound obscene. It'll be a boatload of money up front, a boatload of signing bonus.
5th-year option used.
5th-year option used. You're right. Going to be here for probably 7 years longer, and then probably make it as team friendly as possible. That's what I think he's going to do because if you think about it, he's the quarterback of the defense in a sense that all the other contracts revolve around that one. He's going to be the biggest contract on defense.
But here's the problem with that. If you're the agent, you price yourself out of the market with what the market is going to demand because the market is outpricing right now contracts. That's why it's easy. It's better to get guys on contracts now because you control the player's market value with those contracts. If you understand what I'm saying, Xander, if I get the guy into like a home, it's like a home mortgage, right? Xander, you're in a set mortgage where how much you're going to have incremental increases in your salary. But if I take a shorter term deal, that's why I would never tell a quarterback in today's NFL to take longer than a 3-year contract. Why would I do that when the market is going up faster right now and that position is outtrending the increase of the salary cap? The salary cap is going up 18%. Do you realize how much the cap is? Do you realize how much the quarterback salaries are going up? It's going up 25%. You're outtrending the salary cap in what that position is. That's why when I brought that topic up to you, dude, am I really going to pay all this money to a quarterback when the position is outtrending the cap? That's why they're trying to control salaries with the NFL Players Association by upfront money. I don't want a 5-year contract. Why would I want a 5-year contract when in 3 years if you're Jalen Carter, the next guy, Xander, the next great player gets $40 million. I'm stuck at 31.
Yeah, I know. This is where you're right. I mean, he would have to really be taking a super team friendly to do that. I'm just saying.
Now, I think the Eagles are always showing the propensity to fix the contracts and to put players more in line with look what they do to Lane. How many times have they restructured Lane?
Oh, gosh,
5, 6, 7 times?
Yeah, that's the thing. The Eagles can say that to players and they'll believe them because they do it. I mean, look what they just did to Saquon Barkley. I mean, they gave him a huge deal last season. He has one big year, and they up his salary by $8 million. You know, I mean, they'll do that. So, no, it is interesting, though. You're right about that.
So I'll ask you, I've been asking you this a lot, and I'll ask you again. You believe next week that Reed has that deal done?
I don't know about next week.
During camp. So we've gone from prior to camp to now in camp. Or do you think it's in season?
I don't know.
You think they're waffling on him?
Well, I think if they don't pay him this summer, you'll know the answer to that question. If they're not waffling, obviously.
I don't know either.
Because if they're not waffling, their philosophy is to get it done early. It always has been.
Always has.
I mean, then there's contracts right now coming
out. Look what they did to Cam.
Look at all the contracts that are happening right now across the NFL. It's just like players are getting paid right now. I mean, the Jets just signed 2 dudes, the huge deals. I bet anybody that had wide receivers or cornerbacks they wanted to sign wish they did it, you know? So if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. And if they don't do it, I think that would show you that they are still waffling on the player and they're not sure yet that they're going to pay him.
You think 2025 was a show me year for Reed Blankenship?
Show him what? I mean,
Here. Well, you're going to have more of an influence on the younger players that you have playing in the secondary. There's 2 new faces back there. In 23, when you had 2 new faces back there, Xander, it was a train wreck.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, I mean, listen, I think he's a really good player. I do. I'm not saying, well, fuck the guy. But you did draft a 2 and a 3. Okay, that's big equity for the Eagles. They get really high quality end play out of that position when you're drafting that high. See, John says he's a $15 million guy, where he says that he thinks he should ask for that. Well, you're in the ballpark of Derwin James stuff.
I know.
Bro, you're not in that room. Now, does he take a team friendly at $10 million?
I would if I were him. What's the alternative? Go and play on a shittier defense with a shittier coordinator who doesn't know how to use your skill set, who doesn't appreciate you as much as the Eagles are. You'll be a journeyman in 2 years. That's just the reality.
Grass isn't greener.
Yeah, you'll be a journeyman in 2 years. If I'm Reed Blankenship, I'm doing everything I can to stay in Philly.
All right, let's get to these supers, bro.
All right, let's do it. We got Jason Cole, right, coming up 4:30.
Yep. 5:30, I think. My bad.
4:30 or 5:30? You text me 4:30.
Did I? My mistake. Hold on. Let me see here. I think
that's fine. It doesn't matter to me.
I think he's got 5:30 here. Hold on. Let me double check here. 5:30. Jason Cole. Where are you, bro? Yeah, I think it's 5:30. I think it's 5:30. It's 5:30. Just double check, man. I'll double check with him. I'll double check.
You texted me 4:30. Normally, you're pretty good about that. So,
okay.
All right, here we go. Kyle Kokorski says Lions are in big trouble now. They lost their left guard to the Titans. Center retired, and now their left tackle is on the PUP list. Ooh,
dude, I think you know what? Xander thinks the Commanders are taking a step back. I think the Lions are taking a step back.
I think the Lions are too, for sure.
As a matter of fact, I would make this point to you, Xander. I think that entire NFC North is taking a step back.
Yeah.
And maybe the Bears are taking a step up.
I think the Bears might. We'll see what happens with them. Park says, Stills, what makes the 3 best is that Hurts receivers are good blockers with the run game. That's actually a good take.
Bro, and you know what? So is Devontae.
Yeah, Devontae is too.
Devontae surprises me on how good he is and by the way, the willingness of those guys to go out. That's why when I saw that list of the PFF wide receivers, I'm not taking Jamar Chase over A.J. Brown. There's no fucking way. No way. Why? Because that guy knocks people out in the secondary in the run game. Jamar Chase is none of that. Dude, did you hear that the Dolphins are talking to trading Tyreek Hill? Pre-camp.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me at all.
Why? He was voted the best player in the league a year ago.
What are they doing in Miami? Are they any closer to winning with him?
No, I think they're a year further away. I don't think they've upgraded.
Yeah, and they're the cute little experiment that they had with their coach. They should probably move on from that.
Yeah, they need to get somebody. They had him in there, Brian Flores, but they didn't want to. They didn't want to keep
we all know how, yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you what, he changed the culture around. They started winning with him.
It's true.
He did.
Prince says a Sills threesome consists of clams, mussels, and oysters. Ugh.
God. And Scungil. Prince, I would put Scungil in there. Mussels, I'm not a mussels guy. Oysters, I love. You don't like oysters and clams?
I like oysters, clams, and mussels. I just don't eat them on my show or from Hooters.
I don't have any clams around here.
Yeah, good. I could smell them for 3 days when you showed them on the show.
God, I love clams and oysters, and oh my God, my favorite, man.
You like clams and red sauce?
What's that?
You like clams and red sauce too?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, man.
Dank Birdgang says, my point being that I'm not expecting Ringo to stink. How long did they give James Bradbury? Yeah, but James Bradbury was good in New York before he got here.
And
improving shit.
If I'm not mistaken, I thought he made a Pro Bowl in New York.
Yeah, he did. 100% he did.
So he had some, you know what's funny about Bradbury? Bradbury went like this, up and down, he's had an up and down career every year. 1 year great, 1 year down. 1 year up, 1 year down. What does that tell you? He's a victim of the personnel that he's in the huddle with.
Right.
Okay? I mean, he's a zone corner guy, too. He's not a man guy. So when you try to put him in man, by the way, he played 1,100 snaps that year in 23. He played a shitload of reps.
Yeah. And 22, he was an all-pro, right?
He was an all-pro in 22, right? He was a total all-pro, man.
Lamar checking in. What's up, Lamar? He says, do we win the Super Bowl if we drafted Pat Surtain over 6?
Listen, Patrick Surtain's the best corner in football right now. I think the kid Stingley and him. I happen to agree with Xander. I think Sauce is a great corner, but better than those two. I do not think that. I just do not think that.
Here we go. Here's a new deal that just came in. You ready?
Yeah.
Steelers star TJ Watt. You want to guess what he got? Don't look.
All right, I won't. He got 3 years. He got 3 years.
Yep, 3 years is correct.
He got $121 million.
Man, you're close.
123.
Bang! Nice, Sileo. 123 with 108 million fully guaranteed at signing. It is the largest non-quarterback deal in NFL history. For the second time in his career, he's gotten that title.
Is it worth it?
I don't think so.
How can you spend that money and have a 41-year-old quarterback?
I mean, it might be worth it. I mean, if the Steelers are good, it might be worth it. He's the only thing. You could argue he's one of the reasons that they've been able to stay 500 with the quarterback carousel. So maybe it is worth it. It just seems super rich to me for a guy that's, I don't know, what is he, 30?
30.
Yeah. No, that's still kind of young. I think he's got a lot of life left in him, honestly.
But you have a 41-year-old quarterback.
JJ Watt's got to be itching right now. You got to be kidding me, man. My younger brother's fucking making. I don't know if I made that in my whole career. He got $90 million guaranteed after turning 30. That's absurd.
Wait a minute.
$108 million fully guaranteed after 30 years old.
Insane. Wait a minute. I got an idea. If the edge rushers aren't working in Philly, Philly calls up Aaron Donald or calls up JJ Watt. There it is. You call up JJ Watt, you bring him in on an $8 million deal. He's still young. He's 35 years old.
Yeah, it's true. By the way, Lamar, to answer your question, I don't think so. No, I'm not. I've been consistent with this. I'm not a fan of the you can plug and play guys and just everything works out. I think everything happens for a reason. Every guy brings a different thing to a team. And when it works perfect, it works perfect. I don't think you can get rid of Devontae, add a great corner, and just think, hey, it's going to be great. So I would say no to your question.
Who's better, Myles Garrett or TJ Watt?
I'd probably personally take Myles Garrett. I think Myles Garrett does more better.
You think TJ's a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I do.
Man.
Now, when I say that, I don't say that with disrespect to TJ Watt. I mean,
no, you
asked me, you asked me Myles Garrett or TJ Watt. And there's no disrespect to TJ Watt. I think he's a great player, but I'd probably take
You
Myles.
think this makes Pittsburgh closer to Buffalo and Baltimore?
I mean, what's going to happen with the quarterback there? I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers. They got really old cornerbacks.
I happen to think Rodgers is going to be the comeback player of the year.
Well, if that happens, then they're going to be good. Now, they got a good roster. They don't have a bad roster. They got DK Metcalf, right? Yep. Now they got DK Metcalf. They got rid of. Did they get rid of Pickens? Yeah, they got rid of Pickens.
Pickens and Najee.
Yeah, where did Pickens go again?
Pickens went to the Cowboys.
Yeah, fuck that.
Look at Xander, the champions mentality. Where did fucking Pickens go? Oh, that's right. He went to Dallas. Is still not on the radar. Dallas is still not on the radar, dog. I mean, at all. Man.
All right, here we go.
See,
Lamar again says, make sure you polish our rings come Friday, baby boy. Ring me, bitch.
Drinking fucking mint tulips in the French Riviera with fucking MJ, hanging out there with like a fucking pinky up. Nobody to be seen last night with his team, like he wasn't at the White House. He was hanging out with all the Hollywood celebrities at a yacht. Like the yacht.
Coast Rico says, Sills, write down your division winners or say them. All of them?
Here, that won't take long.
NFC East, obviously the Eagles.
Hold on here.
NFC North, I'm going Lions again. I don't think they're going to get unseated this year.
Okay.
NFC South, I'm going Bucks. NFC West, I'm going Rams. AFC East, I'm going, that's Bills, right? Bills. AFC North, who's in the North and I'm blanking on? Is that
the AFC? Baltimore, AFC. Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Baltimore. AFC South, I'm going.
That's Houston, Indy, Jacksonville, Tennessee.
Texans there. And AFC West, I'm going.
Denver, KC, Raiders, Chargers.
KC. I'm going to take KC again. Those are my 8.
I go Buffalo. No one else comes out of the East.
Yeah, no way.
Buffalo wins that division. Baltimore, I think Baltimore wins the division. I think Cincinnati and Pittsburgh come out of that division. Houston wins the South. What am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And I think the Chargers win the West.
That's a bold one there.
And Denver.
Wow.
Comes in. There's your 7. So my 7 would be Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Houston, the Chargers, and Denver.
And who's your 8th?
There's 8? I thought there was 7.
No, there's 8.
Okay, there's 8.
The NFC East.
Oh, that's right. No. I haven't done the NFC yet. I did the East. I got Buffalo coming out.
No, there's 4 divisions.
Right. I got 3 teams.
I got 7 teams.
I got 7. Wait a minute. I got 3 teams coming out of the North. I've got 1 team.
You're 7 playoff teams. 7 playoff teams. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Here's the NFC now. I've got Washington winning the East. I've got Philly in the North. I've got.
Wait, did you say Philly? I thought you were picking the Commanders.
I did. I said Washington's going to win the East. I got Philly coming out as a playoff team.
Okay, got you. You're doing playoffs. This guy said write your division winners.
Oh, division winners. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
You confused me. That's why you confused me.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I got Buffalo in the East, in the AFC. I got Baltimore in the North. I've got Houston in the South. And I've got the Chargers in the West in the AFC.
Yeah, this is close to mine. right here.
In the NFC, I got Washington. In the North, I've got Chicago. In the South, I got the Bucs.
You have Chicago winning the North?
Yeah, because I think Detroit takes a step back. I don't believe in Green Bay, and I don't know who the quarterback in Minnesota is.
All right. I don't hate it. I've been a little higher on the Bears than most. But I don't know I don't know if I can pick them to win the division.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that Chicago's going to be world beaters. I just think those other teams are taking steps back.
So you think they're going to go from the best division in football to one of the worst?
I do.
Wow, that's a big jump. It's a big drop for that.
Because there's a lot of change, don't you agree?
There is. I'm not saying there's not a lot of change. I agree with that. I just don't know if they'll fall that far, but we'll see.
Minnesota lost their starting.
Caleb Williams is not the worst quarterback in that division.
Minnesota lost their starting quarterback. Detroit lost their coordinators and their two guys in the O-line. Green Bay is Green Bay, and Chicago's the only team that did actually.
I'm not taking Green Bay. I don't like Green Bay.
Right. In the South, I would say
I don't see anybody in the South outside the Bucs.
Unless Michael Penix plays and becomes – I don't believe Penix is anybody.
I'm not buying Michael Penix. Stop. Baker Mayfield threw for 4,500 yards last year with 70+% completion percentage. He had one of the best seasons in the NFL as a quarterback, and nobody gave him credit for it. He's playing football at a high level. He's got two great receivers. He added Emeka Egbuka. He's got a good offensive line. He's got a good running back, and they have a defensive-minded head coach in Todd Bowles. The Bucs are good, and they're going to win that division. I don't think Michael Penix could play great. I don't think they're winning that division.
I'm going to put you on my Tampa show. You can talk Eagles when that week comes. Because I like what you just said there about the Bucs too. The only thing I say about Mayfield, don't you agree with this? Bros, don't get out in front of Bucky Irvin and be a lead blocker for him. And the turnovers. Now, look, I don't want to coach that shit out of him.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I think you got to live with some of it, honestly.
The turnovers are a little bit too much for me.
Yeah, remember though, he's a smaller quarterback. He lives and dies on the arm. That's why he has so many passing yards. So you're going to see a little bit more interceptions than a guy like Jalen Hurts, who's more risk averse. You're going to see a guy more interceptions than even a guy like Joe Burrow, who has obviously more talent and is 6'5" and can see the whole field and survey the field. I think Baker's at a disadvantage in that regard, and he makes up for it by being a little bit of a gunslinger. I think you have to live with that if you're the Bucs.
Okay, I think you're right. I think that's a great take.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Bucs. I mean, I don't like the Tristan Wirfs. And here, you got two of your top 10 players starting on the PUP list potentially, and Chris Godwin. And with Tristan Wirfs, that's not something, especially when you're starting out on the road your first two games against the Atlanta Falcons and the Houston Texans. Not thinking that's going to be convenient. In the West, the only reason I'm picking San Francisco to win that, I think, get this, I think the most improved division will be the NFC West and the NFC. I think Seattle is going to get better. They draft well. San Francisco's playing fucking nobody. The Rams have gotten better. And I do believe that Arizona is going to hang around 500. I think that's going to be a pretty good division with San Francisco and the Rams battling it out.
I think the Rams are going to win it. I do.
Why? Because they're just playing better?
I just think they're a more complete team in my eyes. That's how I see them. I think they're a more complete team. I mean, I like their I think I like what they've done defensively. They have a great defensive line. I like the addition. Wow. Who you like better, Stafford or Purdy?
I love Stafford.
Who do you like better, the receiving group in LA or in San Francisco? Who do you like better, the running back not in San Francisco or LA? That sounds crazy because Christian McCaffrey is obviously a great player, but don't you wonder about him? I do.
Yep.
And I know what Kyron Williams is. So I think I'm taking the Rams there. I don't see the Niners winning that division.
Could this be possible? The Rams are a better team, but they play a tougher schedule and have a lesser record. And the 49ers win the division because they play shittier teams and they end up winning the division. And you may even sweep them, and you still will win the division because you play the third weakest schedule in pro football.
Right.
Yet the Rams could be better. That's my contention, Xander, is that I think the Rams, like you, are better, but will they have a better record because of the amount and the tougher competition that they play? They play the Bucs and the Eagles. on their schedule. I mean, they play a bunch of great teams. So to me, they might be better, but you may have a lesser record. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, if I had to pick the playoffs, I think you're going to get 2 teams out of the West. You get 1 out of the South. You might get 2. You probably will get 2 out of the North. The NFC is not very heavy. I mean, look at this. Look at the North. With all the change that you've had in the North, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit. Okay, Detroit, good roster. They get Aiden Hutchinson back. They've added some players. Okay, they're good. Chicago's added players. That looks pretty decent. That looks like any one of those teams could win that. Nobody knows what Minnesota is. You know, of all the teams in the league, don't you think Minnesota is the biggest question mark in the NFC because you don't know what the fuck J.J. McCarthy is? You just don't. Look at her wide receiver group, Addison and Jefferson, and the tight end they have. And they got Aaron Jones. That's not awful, bro.
Can I make a crazy statement? Well, it's not that crazy, but I know more of what Jackson Dart is than I know of what J.J. McCarthy is.
I agree.
Think about it.
I know more about Tanner McKee.
I at least watched Jackson Dart lead his college team with his arm and use his skill set. J.J. McCarthy was like the ultimate caboose in Michigan. He really was. So I don't know what that guy is. I have no clue.
Dude, I know more about Tanner McKee than I do J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I think Tanner McKee's a lot better than J.J. McCarthy, but that's
hey, maybe. Dude, what'd you think of the Tush Push skit?
I didn't see that.
You didn't see the Tush Push skit
No.
on the ESPYs last
I haven't been on social media this year. I got to decompress from it for a little. I YouTube and out.
Bro.
Mikey Shred says, "Here we go. Micah Parsons, where's Mark at?" Yeah. TJ Watt, 3 years, 123. Micah Parsons is licking his fucking chops right now.
No way in the no way am I signing that guy to that contract. But they're going to. They're going to give him $42 million a year.
I know.
Not me.
Classic Jerry. Wait for the last second.
The Eagles did not have a premier pass rusher last year and won the Super Bowl. And yet all these teams are paying these guys the money on the perimeter. And the Eagles are going to pay the guy in the middle and their offensive line. End of story. They build their football team so well compared to everyone else. I made this point, Xander, a couple days ago. You know the first draft choice of all time in Jacksonville was? It was Tony Baselli. They drafted from the inside and built the team from the inside out, not the outside in.
He was in the Hall of Fame, didn't he? Just get him recently?
He just got inducted because, he only had a 9-year career.
I don't know if he should have been, but.
Well, because it was an awful short career. Yeah. He was a hell of a football player, though.
I know he was. Prince says, you all forget that Nolan Smith was considered a top 10 pick. If he pans out, that's a steal.
I never considered him that. I know that
where Prince is right there were a lot of draft people.
Barrett did.
Yeah. I mean, they had a lot of people had Nolan Smith very high. So you're right with that, Prince. He fell a little bit. We got him. Kimberly says the tush push. We got that. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you. Dank Bird Gang says Seattle's being slept on. Yeah, you're kind of right. I just don't know.
Sam Darnold.
Well, look at Sam Darnold, what he did last year.
I got it.
I mean, he's not awful.
4,600.
4,600 right after your team, Sam Darnold or J.J. McCarthy?
The Sam Darnold. I don't know why Minnesota moved.
Wait, I got a better one for you. Who would you take right now? Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
I'm going to take Purdy.
Me too.
In the current system where they are?
I'm going to take Purdy too.
I'm going to take Purdy. Dude.
I think it's closer than you thought, though.
Yeah, because if that kid, I'm jaded by the guy's a year ago because he showed what he was drafted to do, and he played really well in a great environment. Is he going to do that again? Brock Purdy's a pretty good ball player. Listen, Brock Purdy's not an elite kid. But you know what? Brock Purdy or Baker Mayfield, who are you taking?
Baker. I think Baker's a top 10 QB. I like Baker, man. I think Baker's good.
Baker over Dak?
Probably, yeah.
Baker over Dak. Well, that guy's going to get paid then. He
Oh,
makes
no,
40 million.
are you taking Dak?
No.
I got a real problem, and honestly, I'm saying this, and I'm taking my Eagle fandom and I'm throwing it in a trap. I'm really looking at this as an objective football analyst, whatever you want to call it. I got a real issue with Dak Prescott's career. Philly 500 nails it every time he comes on this show. It's one thing to be an Eagle fan and bash Dak Prescott because it's fun because they're the Cowboys. It's another thing to look at his career, look at the defenses that or the offenses that he's had, look at the amount of time he's had, and look at the playoff results and just say, dude, I can't trust you, bro. Like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, how much longer do I have to go in and say, let's see what Dak can do? Like, I've seen Baker play in the playoffs. Baker beat us in the playoffs.
Okay, well, if you know that, and you know all this, don't you think that, again, goes back to the conversation we talk about team building, that if you know that Dak is going to have these struggles with playoff struggles, don't you think the lack of them putting a running back or a better old-line doing what the Eagles do?
Well, he's also a selfish dude. He's the highest paid quarterback in the league by $5 million.
Okay, well, that's a financial mistake by Dallas.
By Dallas. They waited, and he took the fit. I mean, he wanted all the money. So, look, he's entitled to it. I'm not saying he's not entitled to it, but Dallas isn't playing any of this.
You don't think Dak's overachieved being a fifth rounder?
Well, he certainly overachieved for a fifth rounder, but what's overachieving?
But what you guys bring up in Philly all the time is this. Once he gets paid that money, doesn't that go out the window?
Well, couldn't you make the argument then? I mean, because you made the argument about Purdy the other day. Couldn't you make the argument Dak Prescott's one of the best draft picks in recent memory? Yeah, for a fifth-round pick.
Absolutely.
I mean, $1 million contract. I mean,
look at Tony Romo. He was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, that's crazy too. Fourth rounder. That's right. Dak was a fourth rounder.
Okay, I mean, he was an undrafted free agent. Look at what he did. I mean, what were you expecting Tony Romo to do? Come into the league and what? Lead the NFL to Super Bowls, being not drafted by anybody in 7 rounds? And all of a sudden, he's the all-time leading passer in Dallas Cowboy history, and he made $40 million a year?
Yeah,
dude, I mean, you put these expectations on guys. This is where the Eagles are so far ahead. You know what? They just do this with Hurts. Okay, we have a loaded roster. Why? So Jalen doesn't have to play great every week. Xander, every time I say that to people, they fucking don't understand how good of a team you have when I say that. I'm not talking down to your quarterback. I'm talking up your team. Why is that so hard for folks?
Well,
I'm not talking down anybody. I'm talking up your team and your roster. Dude, rosters win. Quarterbacks don't. I'm sorry. And when you say Dak fails in the postseason, that to me, you're putting it all on Dak for him to go in there and try to make a playoff win when they don't have the talent around him to do it.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. Look,
Kimberly says, Dart beat that Georgia defense on 1 foot. Don't sleep. You better believe it. I remember that game well. I think that was in November. One of the bigger upsets of the college football season, I think.
I've never seen a guy just catapult up a draft board in a matter of a month. Dude, he went from the 4th round pick to like the 1st round.
I think the thing that people like about Dart the most is that he has the skill set that a lot of the top 10 quarterbacks have. Remember how we talked about a little bit ago how it's changing drastically, where there's a lot less pocket passers. I mean, even 6 of the 10 or whatever it is, 7 of the 10 are mobile quarterbacks. Jackson Dart has all of those things as well, with the good arm, the mobility, the playmaking outside the pocket. I've said this. I don't dislike Dart. I think I was wrong about him before the draft. And I think Giants, if they don't mess it up, he could have a chance to be a good.
I'm going to ask you one last question. I want you to do this for me. In the last, Jalen started 4 years, right? Yeah. I want you to rank the 4 rosters he's played with as the best talent around him that he's had since he's been here. Where would you rank the 2021 roster? Would that be the least? 4th?
Yeah.
2021. Okay.
And Rager. I mean, yeah, that was not that good of a roster.
2024 is the best roster, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
24 was fucking crazy good.
Where would you put the 23 roster? Second or third?
Third.
Third. Okay. 2023. And 2022. You would put the 22 second, right? The second best roster.
Yeah.
So you would say inside of the 4 years that Jalen's had pretty stacked rosters.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a given. Yeah. I mean, he's got a good organization. I mean, we've talked about this extensively. Jalen got blessed with the good organization. Not every quarterback gets blessed with that. Joe Burrow got drafted to the Bengals. Jalen Hurts got drafted to the Philadelphia Eagles. They were dealt two very different hands, and Jalen got dealt a much better hand. That's not a knock on the quarterback at all. It's just an objective reality. Jalen got dealt a phenomenal hand with the best sport owner and the best GM in football right now, and they are operating well above every other owner and GM in the league. So it's a big advantage for Hurts for sure.
I always believed out of the 2004 draft that had Phillip Rivers, that had Ben Roethlisberger, and Eli Manning. Do you know that I always thought that Ben Roethlisberger benefited being the later draft pick? Why? Because he went to a better team. The later you're drafted, the better team you're going to be on.
That's true. Well, you can still get drafted to a shit team late, but yes, you increase your chances for sure.
Yeah, because most of the good teams pick down in the bottom end of the draft.
It's numbnuts. That decision, Xander, was based on Jalen's results. No, it wasn't, dumbass. Who had the better roster, 22 or 23? Come on, go ahead, answer it. Go ahead. If it's all based on Jalen, answer the fucking question. We had 70 sacks in 22.
Second in defense, too.
Dumbass comment.
Second in defense.
Based on Jalen's results. You're such a Jalen lover. Fuck off. Speaking
for me, Jalen played great that year, though.
Speaking for me in my fucking chat. Yo, shut up over there. Dumbass comment.
Oh, Xander. Hey, dude, 6 days away, man. I mean, we're on the field Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm pumped, man. I'm freaking pumped. I am pumped.
Can't wait. Raiders are in camp today. They showed up today. They went and, dude, he's not sensitive. He hates stupid fucking comments like I do. It's not sensitive. It's stupid comments that people make.
Look at this cornball. Look at a picture of him with the fucking blue glasses on and a little selfie wherever the fuck he's sitting. Look at this cornball.
Little noodle arms.
Cornball ass Ryan.
Yeah. Big Z, man. You're in rare form, bro.
Look at LJ. You're fat Sills and Xander is ball. Yo, LJ, you see that locks? Come on, my boy.
And
come on, LJ.
And LJ sucks on titty milk in Canada.
Jokes on everybody else. I'll be doing that one day.
Yeah, that's Similac in Canada. Thank you, brother. Big Z.
Wait, we got no super, bro. I can't be missing
that. Got you, man.
P. Preston says, "What do you guys think Nolan's deal looks like?" That's a great question. It's one of the ones that are so hard to predict.
Well, I think it's gonna have a lot to do with people that are around him and if he has 8 sacks, how much you paying him?
8 sacks, but I got to know what else does he do what Josh Sweat did in the other plays of not the 8 sacks? Like I don't think his
edge,
right. I don't think his play is defined by just sacks. So, but if let's just say he plays like we all want him to play, and he's a good first edge rusher on this football team. Milton Williams size deal, $28 million. Is that too rich?
20. Well,
I mean, let's think about it though. We just had an edge rusher.
Do you really believe the Eagles are going to start opening the door?
I don't know.
Defense? Or do you think they're going to let some of these guys walk out the room?
I don't know what they're going to do. There's a lot of things to handle on defense for sure.
This is why I think that Reed deal is being held up, because of all the questions everybody in here is asking. You know what? Get this. Hey, B. Preston, when you ask a question like, what's Nolan deal going to look like? That's another way. Get this. I'm addressing Nolan before I'm addressing Reed, aren't you? Aren't you addressing Nolan?
I mean, you would think, yes, especially with the draft picks that they've spent on safeties. They spent a second and a third on safeties.
That's right. That's the business of football you're looking at now. Absolutely.
That's why, if you remember, I talked to you about something, and I'm like, are we missing something? Are they thinking Makuba and Sydney at safety?
That's what I'm thinking. They're thinking. That's what I think.
Tom McClellan doesn't think that at all.
Hey, but get this, and I think Tristan is the swing safety.
Yeah, and you heard John. John's now talking about Tristan.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Celia
was on Tristan early.
Hey, because Vic is.
Yeah, Vic likes him. Vic likes him for sure.
I mean, I could see them liking. Dude, it's all going to come down to Sydney and how well Makuba plays. By the way, that's a league thing now too. You know, with that second round draft choice, they want these guaranteed contracts on the second round pick now. So that's a league thing. That's not an Eagle thing. So Makuba's not holding anybody up. Okay, he's not. Big Z, we good?
We good, dog. We good.
Bro, I can't wait, man. I mean, do you realize football's at the end of this month?
Football is Wednesday in my book. All right. My Philadelphia Eagles are gracing the field on Wednesday. Okay. I'm ready to rumble. Ready to see everybody else wants a fucking mess in the chat. I'll bring it to you too. Nerds.
These are the fucking Caribbeans drinking fucking silver fucking dirty fucking martini drinks with fucking Jordan hanging out. I can't wait to see this, man, this year. How you doing? The spoils of being a champion. I get to hang out with Jordan drinking mint tulips. Fucking mint tulips. Big Z, it is great, brother. I appreciate you. We'll catch you on Birds 365 in the
morning. Wait, I got to promote something.
Please do.
I'm going to promote my auto channel with my vet. I posted a new video today, so everybody go check it out. ZK's Garage. Hit that subscribe button over there. Appreciate all of you guys. And we got the season ramping up. We got that ramping up. We are in a good spot.
So you could have any kind of Eagle thing in the car at all? I mean, anything.
I might, dude. I'm thinking about going crazy.
No, you're not.
I'm thinking about driving that car, getting it wrapped up in Eagle green, and taking that thing down to the tailgates every home game and doing a show right next to the Eagle green Corvette. That thing, everybody in Philly would love that thing.
You know what? You get one of the magnets and you put it on the side.
Yeah.
The JAKIB vet.
Exactly.
If you see the JAKIB vet, you may win yourself a Barkley fucking jersey.
Don't tempt me, bro. Don't tempt me. All right.
Think of my boy Pump. He's back. Xander wearing a blueprint.
Butt print on his head. No, it's fucking. Yeah,
leave that hat alone. I love that hat, man. Leave that. Hey, Pump, where you been, man?
Wait, you don't think I'm gonna take advice from this guy, do you?
Hey, Pump, you weren't in the lockup there with the J6 guys, Prince, where you weren't in that Epstein.
I guess his hat kind of looks like a butt print when I wear it. I don't know.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. No, come on, Pump. Hey. Oh, you're in a different time zone now. All right, Junior.
Wait a second.
Man, I miss you, Pump.
Look,
I do.
Pumper. Let me show Pumper. This is my dog that died. Oh wait, let me unblur it for a sec. This is why I got this. This is my dog. He passed away this year. See, black and white. He looks old in this picture. He was a lot younger.
I love that dog look, though, man.
Dude, my dog was a fucking legend. My dog was a literal legend.
I love that, man.
And then I had this hat. Now I know it's got the blue in it, but it's got the black and the white. You see the dog, the black and the white. Mm-hmm. The black and the white. I mean, it looks fire. So, yo, Pump, I don't give a shit.
He's turning you inside out with that picture and that hat right now.
No, I just don't give a shit what Pump's got to say about my hat. That's why, look, I got it in this style.
Hey, look, he gave you love, Big Z. He gave you love.
Pump knows I'm messing with him. I got it in this style, and I got it in the legendary. What? Are you kidding me?
I actually like that lid.
I love this lid. Are you kidding me?
I love that lid.
There's a method to the madness, but I appreciate all you guys, man. Pump, good to see you back in here. It's good that you made it. Did Pump say he made it home because he was over in
he said he's in a different time zone.
Oh, is he still over there? Yeah, he's still over there. I thought he got back home. Pump, good to see you, brother. Good to see everybody in here. You know I love all you guys. Subscribe to that CK's Garage, and I'll check it out, man. I appreciate it.
I told your dad today, I go, listen, man, don't want to keep you too long because I know you got some front lawn chores to do.
No, I'm home. I'm done.
No, I'm home now. I'm home. Holy shit. 2 days is enough out of the cage, right? Dude, me too, man. Hey, listen,
if 2 days feels like 2 weeks.
Bro, if I'm out of the cage longer than 8 hours, man, I start
8 hours. I'd be surprised if you can even do that.
Hey, I start shaking. Crazy shit, man. Big Z, great stuff. We'll catch you tomorrow. As we always do, I watch the show. I implore all of you to. Also, John's content is going to be fire this year over at NovaCare. Big Z, thank you, bro.
Thank you, Big Sales. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Hope you guys have a great day. I'll catch you tomorrow.
You got it. That is Xander Krauss. Don't forget to check Birds 365 out. We so appreciate that. Hit that like button here, man. Come on now, Pump. There you go. I love Pumper, man. I do. Absolutely. I do, man. All good. Guys, do me a favor. Please, what we're going to do when we come back out of the timeout, we are going to look at the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Giants, and the Washington Commanders. And we're going to go over all those teams. And we're going to take a look at them as we get closer. Don't forget, Jason Cole will join us at 5:30. So we're going to start doing that. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. Our great friends at Morgan & Morgan, the #1 injury law firm in all of America for a simple fact, and that is because they win. Make no mistake about it. The #1 injury law firm with thousands of attorneys from coast to coast, and our proud sponsor here on the National Football Show with Big Sills. He has been with us for such a long time. We so appreciate John and what Morgan & Morgan brings to the table. I mean, guys, if you're ever injured, I'm telling you, no matter what it is, Morgan & Morgan will be there for you. And you know what? They do not get paid unless you win. Now, I'll say this. They just got a $100 million settlement in Miami for a family. $100 million settlement. Simple. Go to forthepeople.com/big sales pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sales sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Bill's National Football Show. Please hit the like button here. Hey, I got one thing to say before we get into the Dallas Cowboys. Hey, by the way, real quick, do you want to go Cowboys first, Redskins, or Giants? Let's do the Cowboys first, okay? We'll do the Cowboys first, okay? We'll do Cowboys here in a second. I want to say this about Phil Mickelson. So Mickelson had a great round at the British Open today. I'm not going to talk golf to you. I'm not going there. Do you know Phil Mickelson has been accused of betting over $1 billion and over $100 million in losses? Okay? $1 billion. He's never been really questioned about his gambling. He's never been questioned. How do you know he's finished 5 times? Second place in the U.S. Open. How do you know he's not rigging the matches? How do you know he's not gagging a putt on purpose for $50 million? One time the FBI did pull him off the 18th green and questioned him about his gambling. How do you know that guy? He's bet $1 billion. You don't think he's ever thrown? Shit, Isaiah Rodgers got put in purgatory by the NFL because he bet on a couple college football teams. How do you know that guy's not rigging matches? Dude, no, you can't. How does that guy, hey, Twiz, how does a defensive tackle fucking throw a game? I could throw a golf match by missing a putt on 18 for the championship, and I can gag it. Better than I could throw a game by playing defensive tackle. Lost over $100 million. Phil Mickelson's lost over $100 million and bet $1 billion. Now, again, this is allegedly. There's a book that came out about the guy. Now he's in the live. And now he's 1 under at the British. I'm like, hey, man, there he is, the gambler. I love it. Again, dude, here you are again. You're still here? I love guys like this. They keep talking shit on you and your show, and you're still here. Hey, thank you. So for 4 hours, all this guy has said is, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Thank you for being here? What a fucking weirdo. You're like the guy that sits on my stoop at night, and when I walk out, you're one of those stupid protesters. Hey, fuck ICE. That's who this guy is. Hey, fuck ICE. Dan, over here. Okay, sweetheart, I see you. Don't worry, honey. Come on, boo-boo. I see you, sweet cakes. Dan doesn't understand me. Not sure I really do, kid. Dan doesn't understand me. Oh, I do. Hey, by the way, fucking with you, my friend. We're good. Okay? Listen, like I said, this tough room in here. I done. Hey, what's your name? Wang Chung? Hey, Wang Chung, we're good. It's all good, Wang Chung. Hey, you bend my backside best friends over. Don't worry about it. We're good. Get this. Got him yesterday a few times too. Congratulations to you. Now I can go in the corner with my name on your hand. Yeah. That's what this guy believes. I got him. Really? Is that what you guys do at night? You go and you rest your head next to your boyfriend. You wake up in the morning and your number one objective is to try to throw me off track so that you can go in the corner with my name on your hand and then repeat that the next day? Ooh, man, it's like drinking a mint tulip. But then again, you like tulips. Hey, I don't know. It just seems weird. Even my boy Twiz, Sills, you're an asshole. I love you. Hey, Twiz, you're an asshole. I love you back. That's kind of like, it's very manly. This guy sits on my stoop at night. I got him. I don't know why I did that. I got him. Why did I do that? Why does that make me do that? Yang Chung. Hey. Yang Chung makes me, I don't know, it's like shivers. What is that? Yang Chung. Fuck. Yang Chung. He doesn't understand me. Hey, you think Sirianni planted tulips in that garden of his? Is that what you're saying, Rico? Nick Sirianni, he planted tulips. Oh, my God. Nick planted tulips in that garden of his. Daffodils and tulips and Wang Chung. How you doing? Kid, you're over with. Your time, hey, now you can go in the corner and do what you have to do, but please don't do it here. Please pick another place. Thank you. I mean, I have men and women in here. We don't have, well, you know, just, you know what I mean. Okay? Right. You see, this is how you always know you win an argument, when a guy has to do this. It's okay. God bless you, man. God bless you. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. We appreciate you guys being here. Let's do the Dallas Cowboys now. Okay? So we're going to take a look at the NFC East. How many wins do you guys believe the Cowboys have this year? How many wins are we looking at a Cowboy team? How many people believe that? What are you talking here? Okay? 10? Okay. 10. 8 to 7. 6. I'm a little higher than that, but 10. Yale, you got 10? Okay. So a lot of you guys think the Cowboys are going to rebound. Okay? Hey, Prince, I don't give a fuck about that guy. Yeah, hey, Prince, he can stand in a line of 7 million people that talk shit to me. He's one of a billion. You think one guy over 38 years of radio is going to throw me off? I've been doing this a long time. I've had too many. By the way, after what I watched on the ESPYs last night, Prince, hey, I've been vindicated. And quite frankly, it's Liberation Day. Okay? You think they'll rebound there? Yeah. Okay. So let's get into the Cowboys here. Let's go here. Guys, do me a favor. You tell me if you disagree with this. Okay? Hey, Prince, everybody knows that. Anytime someone resorts to using one other person's family, it's okay. You know how he says he gets me? When you've got to use my kid. That's all you need to know about the character of the dude. I would never say anything about his family, ever, or anybody's. I don't have to go there. Okay. So let's go to the Cowboys. And I wrote this down. 2025 Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer. The schedule will be challenging. He's got multiple games this year versus playoff teams. Okay? It totally will hinge, in my opinion, the success of the Cowboys. Don't you guys agree? These guys have to get out to a strong start. By the way, I'm not saying right now, here, let's end this. I'm not saying they're better than you. Don't you agree? The Cowboys, if they're going to have a good year, they've got to start strong. They can't limp. They cannot limp into the season where they get better by the end of the year. Season will be over for them. They've got to start strong. Correct? Okay. Right? And I agree. By the way, I'll get back into that J.J. Watt deal too. We'll do that. And by the way, we'll talk to Jason Cole about that. Dak Prescott returns from injury, and he's expected, in my opinion, to have a pretty decent offense with the addition of George Pickens. I still think the running back situation creates a lot of issues and question marks. You got a brand new head football coach too, right? Okay. Brian Schottenheimer takes over as head coach. He's a play caller. He has experience, okay? He loves to do this. So this is what the Eagles are going to see this year. He's a pre-snap guy with a lot of motion. So expect to see CeeDee Lamb moving around a lot this year to YZ slot. Expect to see him moving around along with Pickens. Also a new defensive coordinator. That's right, Kyle. So expect to see a lot of movement. Okay? There's going to be a lot of movement in that offense. I totally agree with many of you. I think that Dak Prescott's health, recovering from his hamstring injury, I think that the guy suffered a lot in that week one. Because remember, if you guys remember about the Cowboys a year ago, he came out of camp with a hamstring injury. He was never really healthy. Remember you guys say, Xander says this too. Dak wasn't playing very well prior to being hurt. He had a hamstring injury. Did you guys forget that? He came out of training camp with a hamstring. He wasn't mobile. And that's why he was taking a shitload of sacks. So when you guys say he was playing poorly, remember what you guys said about Jalen Hurts' injury in 23? You had an excuse for why Jalen didn't play all that hot in 23. I disagree with John. John thinks he played great in 23. I don't. I don't think 20 turnovers is good. I mean, I don't care how many yards you fucking throw for. Okay? 22 and 24, he was really good because he did what they were asked. Yale, people forgot that Dak had a hamstring injury coming out of training camp. He was never mobile. I mean, he was never able to get away from the pass rush, and that's why they took a ton of sacks. And again, his health is going to be a problem. If that team, okay, the team will have a problem if his health is not recovered. Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. This should give Prescott one of the better tandems when it comes to passing the football this year. They're going to have to throw themselves to wins. And get this, he's becoming injury prone. I'm starting to agree with that. He is starting to become injury prone. I wrote this down on a sheet here in what I put up with the Cowboys. Dak is a passer before a runner. Health or not, Jalen is a runner first. That's the difference. Yeah, but Jalen's he is a runner first. But he's one of the better passers that his strength is the runner. There's very few guys that are like, look at Justin Fields. He's terrible. He is not a very good dual threat guy. Justin Fields is not a good dual threat dude. And to Yale's point, bro, you're going into your 10th year. What is he, 32? I mean, those injuries are going to start piling up more now. Okay? They're going to start piling up more. Jalen is very accurate. If he's so accurate, again, I'm not getting into the Hurts conversation. The offense was 30th last year. 21 total in passing. And you were in the top 5 in every metric. Blocking, pass protection, everything. Whatever. Not going down that lane. Talking about the Cowboys here. The running game is definitely a concern for the Cowboys. I mean, Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, that's who you're leaning on? You're going to have a running back by committee? I don't know. I mean, well, yeah, let me ask you something. Did Hurts make the throws in the first 4 games of 24? Did he make the throws in the first 4 games? Yes or no? How good was he in the first 4 games? How good was Jalen Hurts in the first 4 games last year? How good? How good was he? How good was Jalen Hurts in the first 4 games of 2024? How good was Jalen Hurts in the first 4 games? How good was he in the first 4 games? Okay. 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 What changed? Barkley. So when you say the passing game, he wasn't a very good passer in the first 4 games. He wasn't. I mean, he was healthy the first 4 games, was he not? What happened? Offense got on the same page? What page was that, Marcus? That's not true. Oh, my God, did Dallas. Okay, let me finish up the Cowboys here. I think, look, the secondary, I still have concerns. Trayvon Diggs, I don't believe in. That guy's returning from injury himself. I wrote all this stuff down here. I just don't. I think their secondary with Elam and those guys, look at they need to get a fresh, great start this season. I do not believe that the Dallas Cowboys are a 10-win football team. I just don't believe it. I mean, I think the Cowboys, again, just because of the running game and the inability, the Cowboys do 2 things the Eagles do exceptional. They run the ball and defend the run. The Cowboys do none of that. So, I mean, they do none of it. So let me pull up my next sheet here. So let me go here with the Commanders here. How many wins do you think the Commanders get this year? How many wins do you think the Commanders get this year? How many wins? 9, 10? Okay. Cowboys won 7 games last year. You're worse this year. By the way, hey, Texas boy, I pray to God you give Micah Parsons $42 million. I pray to God that you give that guy $42 million because he is so not worth it. There is no way that guy's worth it. Not a chance. That guy's worth $42 million. He sucks at playing the run. He's terrible at playing the run. I pray to God you give him 42. Pray to God. He absolutely, by the way, we'll talk to Jason about the new deal. Okay? He stinks playing the run. How is Dallas worse with an upgrade O-line? What? Holy fuck. This guy thinks Booker is an upgrade when Tyler Guyton blows. I saw Tyler Guyton at Lincoln Financial masquerading as a turnstile. He was a turn. It is Tyler Turnstile Guyton. He was terrible. Hey, listen, I give the Eagle people shit. Let me hook you up. Hey, Texas guy, it must be like Groundhog Day in your life. Every year when the NFL season starts, same bullshit. Overhyped players, overhyped ambition, overhyped talking about the team, and underachieving. You talk a big game, you overpromise and underdeliver for 30 years. 30 years. It is overpromise and underdeliver. I mean, look, if you're going to ask me to talk about the Cowboys and their lack of success, and I talk about the Eagles in the way that I do, well, let me go knee deep off the rope on the Cowboys. You are not relevant. You're not a relevant football team. The only relevant thing you have is your helmet. It's your helmet. That is the only relevant thing, is your fucking helmet. Of course he's gone. He's got to leave. He can't listen to that. Remember what I told you guys. People in life want to be lied to. And if there's one fan base in pro football history that enjoys being lied to, it's the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the biggest lies you could tell if you're a Cowboy fan. Hey, we're getting Dak back. Hey, we signed Pickens. We made it. We got a trade for him. We drafted this kid out of Bama, Booker. Man, it's really good. We are looking great. Mozzie's going to have a turnaround. None of that's true. None of that's true. I mean, none of it's true. You know what? Do you know what the brand of the Cowboys is becoming? The Cowboy brand is like MySpace, the brand. Things go away. It's like Sears and Roebuck. Do you remember those guys? J.C. Penney, Sears and Roebuck? Who else? Who else? Like, right? Those brands have all gone away. They're like the J.C. Penney. Toys R Us. There's a great one. The Cowboys are Toys R Us. That was a brand that went out of business. That Blockbuster. Kmart. Listen, the Dallas Cowboys are Kmart. Toys R Us. Blockbuster. Montgomery Ward. Those are brands too. Hey, come on, cowboy guy. Did I hurt your feelings by telling you the truth? Hey, yeah, here's a better one. The Cowboys, how about this? Radio Shack. Yeah. My favorite one was the Blockbuster one. Circuit City. Yeah, here's another brand that reminds me of the Cowboys. Oh, my God. Hungry Howie's. Oh, my God almighty. Holy shit. You got to be kidding me, man. Yeah, hey, wall-to-wall sound with video. 1-800 wall-to-wall sound and video. You can get your big speakers here. You can get your Blaupunks here. Chi-Chi's. Oh, yeah. Hey, they had great margaritas, man, at one time. I'm sure that was a big hit with Texas boy. Chi-Chi's was big in Dallas. Ruby Tuesdays, too. A lot of Cowboy fans go to Ruby Tuesdays in Dallas. I remember. Yeah. You go to Ruby Tuesdays, you watch a Cowboy game. That's the last time they were fucking good. Ruby Tuesdays. Ruby Tuesdays. Oh, Texas boy left? Come on now, man. Call Morgan & Morgan. You're feeling, hey, Twiz. Call Morgan & Morgan if you've ever been injured. Sileo hurt my feelings. 100. Call Morgan & Morgan. There you go. / Big Sills. Texas boy, we just got a note from the Morgan & Morgan folks. You called in because your feelings got hurt. If you've ever been injured or if you've ever been hurt, call Morgan & Morgan. Sileo hurt my feelings. Oh, man. He can't take it. Of course he can't, because nobody likes the truth. Your team blows. Let's do the Commanders. Hey, Chi-Chi's. Fucking Chi-Chi's. Oh, my God. Kenny Rogers Restaurant, they had they had great desserts in that place. Spaghetti Warehouse, absolutely. That's another. I remember that. Dallas, that's big in Dallas, the Spaghetti Warehouse. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. The roasted chicken. That's right, into Kenny Rogers. That's the Cowboys. It's fucking Kenny Rogers. I like them. They don't goof on Roy Rogers. They're on the Turnpike. I like Roy Rogers. You go on the Jersey Turnpike, they're everywhere. Like I told you before, the only thing that sucks about the Jersey Turnpike, I can't still to this day understand why I can't pump my own gas. I can't pump my own gas. Got a guy coming out, he's got white gloves on, and I'm like, nah, I don't want you to pump my gas. Well, in Jersey, you have to get your, is that only on like the Jersey Turnpike? How come I can't pump my gas? I got out of the car once, the guy goes, hey, you have to be a professional here on the Jersey Turnpike to fucking pump gas. What do you mean I have to be a professional? Nobody pumps gas on the Jersey Turnpike. You know, the one over near like Lombardi's? You know, they got the museum up there and they got the Roy Rogers and the whole deal. Right? You're going like this. Nobody can pump gas on the Jersey Turnpike. Okay? I pump my gas in Newark. Of course you do. You wait till you go over the bridge and get to 16W. That's where you get your gas when you go over the bridge. Is that right? Holy shit. That's dope, dude. That's good. Hey, Hey, that's a great. A lot of folks make a lot of money doing that. Good for you, brother. Since I'm off today, I'm door dashing to collect some extra cash. But man, it got me laughing today. Fucking Roy Rogers and what was the other one? Chi-Chi's. And hey, Texas boy, what happened? Hey, so I still to this day, my whole life growing up, I could never. Every time we took the Jersey Turnpike to go to Atlantic City, right? Or you go down to Jersey Shore, you go down to Wildwood. We get gas. My aunt and my grandma and I, we would get on the Turnpike, and my Uncle Richard, we get on the Turnpike and we go down to Atlantic City, right? So we have to get gas. Guy comes out, he goes, hey, I'm going to pump the gas. And I'm like, fuck that, you're not pumping our gas. I don't like anyone near my car. He goes, oh, no, you got a rule here. And I go, ever since I've been a kid, that stupid bullshit has gone on. Yeah, no. And they wash your windows too. And I'm like, no. I don't know what it is. What are you looking for? A tip? Here's the tip. Don't smoke in bed. Don't smoke in bed. Right? Seals these Texas boys calling Bob Lang. That's with your internet. Bob Lang. How did they spend so much money on the New York, New Jersey stadium and the field stinks every year? It's in Jersey. What do you think? I mean, hey, I tell people this all the time, brother. There's a reason that the Statue of Liberty's ass is facing the other way. So everybody in Jersey can kiss her ass. All the folks in New York, the folks in Jersey can kiss the people in New York's ass. That's why it's facing the other way. Okay? How do they spend the money? Hey, why? Maybe it's the hoax of Jimmy Hoffa. I don't know. Look at this thing. So what? AC Expressway from Philly. I can put my guess there? Okay. New Jersey is the East Coast of California. Oh man, hey, Marin, I think that's a political statement. I don't know. I think that's a political statement right there. Sales New Jersey was described as the arm. And look, I got a lot of friends in Jersey. It's okay. It's not all bad. I just never got the gas shit. And I don't mind the Roy Rogers, and I love the Jersey Turnpike. It gets me home quick. This is what you do with me. You get on the Jersey Turnpike, you get the 95, you take me up to Stanford, I'm home. Good night. Okay. Cowboys, another one. The Olive Garden. The last time the Cowboys were relevant. The Olive Garden. I hear you. No doubt. So never trust a man that drinks coffee with a straw. Let me get to the Commanders before my boy Jason Cole gets here. So you guys think the Commanders go 10 wins this year, right? Red Lobster. Well, I don't have a problem with Red Lobster. I like Red Lobster too, man. See, I'm a simple fella. And I do like the Palm. By the way, anybody ever asking, my favorite restaurant in America is the Palm. Okay? I'm even a member at the Palm restaurant. Palm 1 and 2 in New York. I've got my face on 4 of them. You know, when you have your face on the wall, I got my face on 4 Palm restaurants. I love the Palm. Got great lobsters. They got great side items. Love it. Another great play by the Cowboys. They truly are the horse's ass. They always follow, never lead. Philly, the guy, Texas boy came in and he was trying to pimp to me the Dallas Cowboys are going to be better this year. And I said, who's running the ball? I go, you don't even have Ricky Ricardo when you're running the ball anymore. You don't even have Ricky Ricardo. Oh, by the way, I am going to start doing this. I'm going to start signing these bad puppies, and I'm going to send these out to you guys. Don't worry about it. When the football season starts, that's Big Sills versus Kevin Glover. Kevin Glover. And by the way, you see the guy right there? That's Eric Endelsack. God rest his soul. What a really great football player that guy was. He was a friend of mine. He played at LSU. Damn good stuff. My friend Jason Cole came out 2 weeks ago, and he started telling me about Lloyd Howe, or what is his name? Lloyd Howe, the head of our union. And for whatever reason, they even got caught with their pants down again here on a smaller case. Jason laid it out for you guys. Holding back results of a Gene Upshaw must be turning in his grave. But before we get to that, I want to get his take on the TJ Watt, 3 years, $123 million at 30 years old. That is so un-Steeler-like for them to do that. Let's bring in our Hall of Fame voter and our friend Jason Cole to go over all this stuff. How you doing, Jace?
I'm great. What's going on, Dan?
Tell me about.
Do people actually want that photo? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I'm trying to pick it, I guess. I'm not real sure. My daughter does, and I tried giving it to her 3 times. She goes like this. Can I write on the back? I go, hey, she goes, can I write on the back? And I'm like, yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, all right. Anyways.
You know what you should be? You should be the Bob Uecker of football. You really should. You should be the Bob Uecker of football. That's really what it is.
My wife says that I'm not very funny, though, man, to telling like jokes, but she says I'm a funny guy. Because I can't tell a joke to save my life.
I think I understand her point. Although it would be a long philosophical discussion. Yes, I get her point.
Philosophical?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll look that up later.
Hey, keep it to 2 syllables.
And pictures. And pictures, please. Remember, next time you write a book, can I please have more pictures in the book? Because I get lost after the 4th page when there's no pictures in the book. All right, Jace, what do you make of this TJ Watt deal, man? I mean, are you in with it here? I mean, $41 million, they're going to give him $123 million over 3 years. I mean, they probably had to do this, but they got a $41 million. They got a 41-year-old quarterback. I mean, does this help the Steelers get in the room with Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo?
Well, it makes sure that they got a chance to get in the room with them. I mean, like, you don't have TJ Watt, you're not very good. He's a huge difference maker for the defense. So they have to have him. Whenever he's on the field, they are a dynamic team on defense. If he's not on the field, it's just they're not. It's that simple. And they're not paying a quarterback, and they're not committed to paying a quarterback big dollars for the next couple of years. So presumably, they do the 1 year of Aaron Rodgers. They get back in the draft, find a kid in the draft, or they pluck somebody in free agency. It's not, the cap is not a big deal at this point. And you and I have talked about the cap a lot for the last couple of years, that signing guys for $30 or $40 million now at other positions is not as hard as you think it is. You can fit those guys under the cap, because what has happened is that the bottom of your roster, that bottom 60% of those guys, makes so little money that you basically have a haves versus have-nots within your locker room. You can afford that. You can afford a guy like this. It's not that hard.
Okay. I want to add, before I get to the NFLPA mess here and go around the league a little bit with you, I want to add, I did this week. Jeremy Fowler came out with a quarterback list of the top 10 quarterbacks. And you could debate, you can move the pieces around wherever you want.
Sure.
I said this to him. Jason, you tell me if you agree. I asked everybody on our show, and I asked people down on my Tampa show this question: what do you make of Jimmy Garoppolo, and what do you make of Brock Purdy? You hear people go like this: Brock's a really good quarterback. He's above average. And again, I think he's really good, but he's above average. I go, what do you make of Garoppolo? Well, Jimmy's a really good player. He was okay. And I said this: so you guys are telling me you could get to a Super Bowl within your comments, an okay quarterback. Why am I paying $65 million a year when I want to have, and I'd rather have the Eagle roster than having Josh Allen or Joe Burrow? Cincinnati is going nowhere with Joe Burrow in that building until they address the defense and the O-line.
Yeah, but Kansas City is doing fine with paying a top.
Kansas City's got a generational quarterback.
Look, this is the cost of doing business. It's just the cost of having quarterbacks. Because even if you say this guy's okay, there aren't that many guys who are even okay. Now drop the next step down. Let's get to.
But that okay is $30 million, Jace, not 60.
Those guys aren't really getting $60 million anyways. That's just the average over time. And again, by the time they get to the end of Brock Purdy's contract, the salary cap's going to be in the area of $400 million.
I'm glad you said that, but I don't think this. Don't you think the salaries of the position?
Well, can we stop this for a second? I hate to do this to you, but we have gotten to the point with the salary cap because the bottom of the cap makes so little money. And this is the stuff that people don't pay attention to, because your bottom 30 to 40 guys on your roster make so little money. It no longer matters how much you're paying the top end of your roster. It just doesn't. Teams don't have cap problems anymore. All they kind of do is shuffle the cards a little bit. They're not cutting guys wholesale because they can't afford them anymore. They're occasionally not worth the money, but they're not sitting here going, "Wow, we're $18 million over the cap. We got to do this." That's kind of stuff that happened in the '90s and the early 2000s. All right, that has slowly changed because the cap goes up by $8 to $12 million a year. And while that's the same percentage that it used to go up back in the 90s or even the early 2000s, that chunk represents not 4 million or 6 million. That chunk now represents 10 million or 12 million. So I can do a lot of things with that money to keep my roster together. Like, people don't understand how the math works. And I'm not trying to make fun of them, but like paying 55 or 60 million or even $65 million for a quarterback is not as hard as it used to be. Paying 30 or 40 million dollars for a defensive end or a wide receiver is not as hard as it used to be. You know, do you get out of whack with your team a little bit? But you can fit everybody under the cap. It's just not that difficult.
But Jason, don't you agree that one of the reasons why we're seeing teams want to try to control salaries is this? The salaries by the positions are outtrending the cap increases. You're seeing player salaries now. I mean, we just see a $41 million edge rusher now, and you're talking about an 18% increase each year. Positions are going up anywhere between 20 and 24%. When a quarterback goes up.
But that's an individual position, and we're only talking about, say, the top 4 or 5 guys on an individual roster. We're not, or an individual position.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not talking about the entire group of defensive ends going up 18%. You're talking about the top guy goes up maybe 18%. Okay, you can live with those glitches because the rest of the guys at the other end don't make that much money. It just, like, people really don't understand the biggest mistake that the NFL Players Association made, gigantic mistake that they made, is that the guys at the bottom of the roster make nothing. They really they make less than $1 million.
So you're saying the bottom of the rosters regulates the top of the roster because, again, those guys, like you said, from probably 37 down to the 53 don't make anything.
37 down? No, from player like 15 down. There's 35 guys on your out of a 53-man roster. There's probably anywhere from 30 to 35 guys on a roster who are making close to the minimum. Yeah, they might have gotten a little signing bonus up front. They might have gotten a $5 million signing bonus. They might be on a rookie contract where they got $3 million up front. Who knows? But they're making the minimum amount of money, the absolute minimum amount of money in terms of the overall cap. And then their signing bonus gets spread over 3, 4, 5 years, depending on what the deal looks like. that creates very small accounts of money. So those 30 players only take up maybe $60 million of room. And if the cap is, what is it, 250 something million dollars now, that means you got $190 million to play with for the rest of your team. Like that. This is what people just don't get.
The bottom of the roster.
Right. The bottom of the roster is so cheap. If you want to make it so that this is tough, and that you regulate what the top end gets, and so you have to increase the bottom. And really they should, because the division of labor, the difference between, your 8th best player on your team, and on most teams, the difference between the 8th best player on your team and the 53rd best player on your team is not as big as you really think.
Huh. Okay.
It's not. I mean, most teams are lucky if they have 5 guys on their roster who you have to pay them what they want. You're lucky if you have a team that is that good, that you have to pay them what they want. In most cases, you have to pay them a little bit more. You have to pay them $5 million, $10 million, $15 million somewhere in here. But there's just not that many of those guys.
To your point, look at the Cowboys. They got 3 dudes.
Right. They pay 3 dudes, and that's it. That's all they do. And it's part of the problem of the depth of their roster. It's it's the way that the cap has gone and the way it's grown. And we could get a long discussion, but it's really, really boring, and it's really math related.
I like this story here in Cincinnati here. I know there's actually a story. Why can't Shamar Stewart go back to college? There's nothing in the collective bargaining agreement that says he can't.
No, it's the NCAA that doesn't allow you to go back. He's used up his eligibility. He's now.
No, he has another year left.
I understand that, but once you apply, you decide to go, it's a college rule, and it's a college rule in cooperation with the NFL. Look, I'm not saying that I agree with the rules. So let's, this is not one of those gotcha moments. Yes, he should have the ability to go back to college if he wants, and they should draft at risk. But the NFL is never going to draft at risk, right?
NBA does. Kid can go back if he feels like it.
Yeah, he can, because in the NBA it's a lot easier. Like in the second round, they don't give a damn about the second rounders in the NBA. They got plenty of guys who can play now. In the NFL, your second rounder, that's important.
Oh, absolutely. But I would make this point to you. Yeah, the NCAA is the most toothless organization in all of sports right now. And if I took that to court and went to a judge, so this guy's telling me he has my rights, and the only place I can work is in Cincinnati for Mike Brown, zipper wallet Mike Brown. I want to go back and I want to finish my education. The judge is going to look at that and go like this, like he does everything else in the NCAA, and they're going to beat them over the head and go, you can't have a guy's rights for perpetuity and for future. You can't do that. You can't have – I don't even know how Bo Jackson got out of it. Bo went right back into the draft after the Bucs screwed that number 1 overall pick up, and the Raiders got him in the 6th round.
Well, because you did not sign, and once you stay out for a complete year, you're now available to be drafted again. So at that time, and I think Cincinnati, if he stays out an entire year and doesn't play, Cincinnati doesn't retain his rights next year. He goes back in the draft.
The big question will be whether he can play, though, like you said, in college.
Well, but the other side, can he play in college and make any money in college, which puts competition between the NCAA and the NFL, which is great. Okay. But the other side of this is that he does slow down another year toward free agency, and that's where the big money and that's the gamble that everybody's playing on. Is like, I want to get, I need to get through my 4 years to try and get to free agency so I can get the big bag of cash. I'm not concerned about can I make $300,000 in college versus I make, $700,000 plus, the signing bonus in the NFL that limits me over the first 4 years. Am I better off that way? The big question is, can I get toward free agency in a sport where it's a meat grinder sport?
Jason, help me out on what's going on with the NFLPA here, man. I mean, you laid it out. I mean, why are we seeing management now in the NFLPA rallying around this guy, Lloyd Howe, when there's no question that this guy, if anything, there is a conflict of interest, whether you don't think, not you, but whether people don't think there is or not. He's a consultant for, I guess, a hedge fund or whatever that some of the owners.
Private equity, yeah.
Private equity company. Give me the lowdown on what's going on and where. This isn't an NFL problem, is it? This is an NFLPA problem.
Absolutely, it's an NFLPA problem. Now, the NFL is being clever and sort of taking advantage of the people who are running the NFLPA, but the people running the NFLPA are corrupt. It's that simple. And they're corrupt because the players allow them to be corrupt by not paying attention. All right. So ultimately, it is the responsibility of all the players. And you and I both know how players are. You know better than I do. Players just don't really care about the union. Like they come into the league and it's like, hey, I get paid now? I'm making real money. What can I do? I got to make the team and I got to stay on the team. Like, I'm worried about that. All these things about, what do you mean there's a union? You don't really even understand what a union is.
I didn't know even why I was paying union dues.
Right. Yeah, but you were in a union and there was a reason why, and it was important for you. And they're still important, and the union does serve some important functions, even today, even though it's corrupt. But the leadership of the NFLPA is not being watched and is not being covered and is not being paid attention to the way that it needs to for an organization that really they're I don't want to say responsible for, but they handle probably upwards of $10 billion every year that goes in through, if you count all the player compensation. If you talk about insurance and you talk about all of the things that go on for NFL players and their share of the money. Like, this is a lot of cash that's going through essentially the union's hands.
You think we're not just paying enough attention to what the
players have never paid enough attention, and they were lucky that they had for a long time Gene Upshaw, who, despite his failings and the criticisms, was a former player who understood it and was generally an honest guy.
Yep, totally.
The last two guys don't give a damn about football. They never played. They never were part of the league. They don't really respect football players. D. Smith didn't really respect football players. He never really wanted to talk to football players. And Lloyd Howell doesn't know a football from, a rugby ball. Okay? I mean, and they just see that there's this big pot of money that's available. And on top of that, you have this guy, J.C. Treader, a former player, who's trying to game the system so that he becomes the next executive director because he wants to make all that money, and he thinks that he's smarter than everybody else, and he's the one getting protected by the league in all this. It is just a grab. The union has become this grab bag for a small group of retired players to go pilfer and make hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, with no oversight, because the players themselves do not pay attention to how the union is being run. They just don't. We could, again.
Is this why we don't win lockouts or win strikes? Is because we're just, when we want to do it, because I was in that 87 strike and we got annihilated in that thing.
Yeah, well, it's part of the reason, but it is a cultural phenomenon of football because you don't play football very long. Unions are designed to protect people who stay on jobs for a long time.
20 years.
You're a pipe fitter. You're a guy working in shipyards. You don't have a lot of leverage because you're just Joe Blow, doing a job, right? But in the union, you got some leverage now to get some pay if you can rally together and stay together, and you can get protections. This is how labor's always worked for 2 centuries in this country. If you can stay together and be a union, you got a little bit of protection for jobs that don't have a lot of high skill level. Okay. Now, football has a high skill level. What it doesn't have is a longevity. That's just why baseball is so much more powerful, because they have longevity. That's why basketball is really powerful, because they have longevity. Also, those 2 sports have much fewer players. Again, it's a math issue. Baseball has half the players. Basketball has 20% of the players that the NFL has. They have
you're dead on. You're dead on with this here. But what do you think? What do you think the ramifications of this case or this situation or this mess? How do you think this impacts, or does it impact the league, or does the league not give a what?
The league doesn't give a damn. The league doesn't care. I mean, the league, the league will use it to their
to control is to divide, right? Great.
Yeah, they do. These guys are divided more than ever. The league's laughing all the way to the bank. Okay, they don't care. That's because, and nor should they care. It's not their problem. It's the players' problem. Yes. Is the union trying to divide? Is the league trying to divide the union? Yes. They don't want a union in the classic sense. They want individual players, because that way they can pay guys less money and guarantee them less benefits and do all those other things. That's their job. Again, I don't blame management. I don't blame the owners or the league. It's on the players. It's when you talk about the union, the strength of the union, it's on the players. They got to get it together. They got to know what it is. And they don't. And some of it is cultural, because they're in and they're out and they're gone in 3-4 years. And a lot of it's cultural because there's so many of them. And a lot of it's cultural because they're just young and they're trying to make teams. I get it.
Hey, dude, I love your take. Why are you hugging Goodell? Yeah. Why are you hugging Goodell?
I was talking to a guy from the union a week ago, and I just said, why don't you have the head of the NFLPA on stage with Roger, welcoming guys into the league? Because at least then the players would see, oh, who's that dude? That dude's on your side.
Huh?
That's the dude who protects you. Roger is the guy who, Roger runs the league, and he's hired by the owners, and he takes care of a lot of stuff. But that guy's not there to protect you.
Wait a minute. You. I'm gonna do out of a De Niro movie. You. That's great. I never thought of that. So Goodell's on the stage. He's not repping me. That guy does not represent me. He's the mouthpiece of the owners. And where's my guy?
Right. Where's my guy? And again, I don't blame players. Like, you got a 22-year-old guy who just made it to the NFL. Like, the dream has come true, right? He's just happy. If he could do cartwheels down that stage, he would do the cartwheels, right? Except he's in a really expensive suit, because that's too expensive. But whatever, if he could, and he would hug everybody in the world. He'd hug everybody in all the different jerseys that were standing in front of him, because he's so happy, right? And I don't blame him. But he ends up hugging Roger, and the symbol of what that is to every player out there who doesn't understand the equation is that Roger is on your side. Yes, Roger wants you to be great. Roger wants you to do the greatest job you possibly can, because he's promoting an entertainment organization. That's his job, okay? At the same time, his job, and I don't blame, this is nothing wrong with this, his job is to suppress your salary as much as possible so that the people who own the entertainment organization can make as much money. That's just like, there's nothing illogical, and there's no wrong in all of that, but players don't understand it. So again, they think Roger is the man. They think Roger's the dude for them, and they don't discover it until they're 2, 3, 4, 5 years in the league that Rodgers not there for them.
I'm still an NFLPA member too, and I don't know, man. There just needs, you know what? There needs to just be a mass of players who are sick of it and say, this needs to get fixed once and for all, and we need a change in how we run the union. Like, you got to have education changes. You have to have different ways. Like that whole meeting that you would have twice a year. You would have one during training camp, after practice. Everybody's sitting there. They're tired. They're exhausted. They're waiting for their union check. And, Gene's there introducing himself. And then they would do another one of those either during the season or during the off season. And that was the education seminar. You don't do education for 2 hours after practice when guys are sweaty and hot and just want to go home. You do it for 15 minutes online. That's exactly how it worked. The union guy would come
Absolutely.
in. Hey, the union guy, when he came in, usually the union guy would come in 2 days. And you're sitting there going, I'm not fucking hanging around for this. I'm going home.
Right. Exactly. I don't blame you. What I do blame the union for doing is saying we have to have another way to educate our players on really basic stuff. Like stuff as simple as, why do you get a second opinion on your injury? Why do you have the right to go get a second opinion? Because guess what? The team doctor works for the team. Okay, right? Like, what are your benefits? Okay, you can't do that in a 1 hour meeting twice a year. Like, and what the NFLPA falls back on all the time is, this is the job of the agents. No, it's not the job of the agents to educate guys on their benefits. It's not, because those guys aren't any better at it. They have to manage the guys. It's your job to make it better and make it required, but do it at a time and place when guys can accept the learning and require it in a way that is different, so that for guys who don't read well, because there's plenty of guys in the NFL and there's plenty of guys all across the world who don't read well. Travis Kelce just admitted it. So don't give him written stuff. Send him a video with it spoken, right? Tailor it for how guys learn. All this kind of stuff that the NFLPA can do really easily, especially in technology-driven time. Now, I know this is boring for fans.
Not me. No, for me, I love it.
Right. Like this all could be done so easily today in today's world to make it a stronger union, so they don't get cheated. And even, so they have some kind of, and I'm not talking about cheated by the owners, because again, that is a natural disagreement over money. It's just like when you and your wife sit down and go, what's the budget? Okay, she wants to spend money to renovate the house. You're sitting there going, I want to travel to, somewhere. And it's like, well, where are we going to spend our money this year? You have you have some kind of argument. Sometimes it's loud and obnoxious. Sometimes you just give in. You know how it is. And then you come back and you're married. Okay, well, that's how the NFL kind of works. And Gene Upshaw understood that. At the end of the day, you're married to make as much money as you possibly can for everybody. Okay, but the union's got to teach guys, look, the owners want to get more. They want more, and you want more. It's a natural conflict.
Absolutely. Jason, great stuff, man. You laid this thing out, and not a lot of people are laying this out. I think you and Mike Florio are laying this out as good as anybody.
Pablo Torre is doing a great job. So is Don Van Natta. But like the latest story today about how they hid this result of, the NFL's complaint against J.C. Tretter, from a year ago, from actually 2 years ago, when he was the president of the union, and not just an employee of the union. When they decided to hide this to protect J.C. Tretter, because J.C. Tretter doesn't want to look bad, because J.C. Tretter wants to look powerful, so that J.C. Tretter becomes the next executive director, is such a this. Wait a sec. This is about J.C. Tretter, or is this about the union?
Yeah,
and that's a real problem. And then just let me leave you with this one point: if J.C. Tretter had any balls at all, and any self-respect that he was representing the best interests of the players, one tiny little bit, not just the best interests of J.C. Tretter, He would have said, "You're damn right. I told everybody to hold out in training camp, show up and not participate in practice, and I will gladly accept the fact that I lost an arbitration." He would have stood there and said, "I did this because it's in the best interest of the players, and that's what I told them to do. Even if that cost me my job with the union, that's what I did. I don't care." But he doesn't have the balls to do that.
Damn, Chase. Great stuff, man. Thank you so much, brother, for putting it out there like that. Make sure you check my friend out. Go over to his X account. Jace, catch you next week. Thank you, brother.
All right, dude. Be good.
You got it. Hall of Fame voter Jason Cole laying it out for you like that. Absolutely fantastic stuff, man. We so appreciate it. Guys, thank you very much. You guys have been absolutely sensational today. Please hit the like button. 2 to 6 tomorrow on a Football Friday. And we're starting to make them Football Fridays because next week the Eagles are in camp. Joe, Xander, thank you. We'll see you on the flip side.